Thank you, Mr. Cox. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to be here this morning to share with you on a program that provides access to environmental information. And it is set in the context of Jamaica's work and activities under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. Next, please. So the clearinghouse mechanism was established through the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity in Article 18, Section 3, and it actually is a network of countries that gather and share information on biodiversity conservation and its sustainable use. Jamaica is a party to the CBD, and as required, it set up a national CHM in 1999 to support conservation strategies and action plans, especially at the national level. Now, operating as a department of the Natural History Museum of Jamaica at the Institute of Jamaica, the Jamaica CHM, as I'll call it here on, serves as Jamaica's biodiversity information network. And there are two of us on staff, and the research officer is also here today. I'd also like to acknowledge the director of the Natural History Museum of Jamaica, who is with us as well. So the Jamaica CHM contributes directly in providing information support at all levels of society. We're not just set up to serve government, but we also cater to non-government organizations, private sector, civil society. And the articles that we contribute to under the convention include cooperation, and that is cooperation with other parties to the convention, so we collaborate regionally and internationally through projects and work, identification and monitoring of species and ecosystems, and then you'll see two terms there, in situ conservation and ex situ conservation. In situ conservation is just about conserving the environment in its natural state. So protected areas would be an example of in situ conservation. And then ex situ conservation is when you conserve aspects of the environment outside of its natural state. So the museum does that because the museum houses and preserves specimens of plants and animals. Research and training is a big part of our program, and of course, public education and awareness, as well as exchange of information. You are able to contact us with information requests, and then there is a technical and scientific cooperation, and as I go through my presentation, you'll get an appreciation of what has happened. So since our theme for the celebration of Right to Know Week refers to the digital age, I thought I would share with you the 4 key digital technologies that are used in the Natural History Museum of Jamaica. And of course, these technologies are available for the work of the Jamaica CHM, and they include scanning and imaging of particularly photos. The museum goes a little further and scans and digitizes specimens, and are making it available online. That's the plan. Database applications, and we do have databases that are publicly available. Social media platforms, and virtual experiences in terms of CHM putting on educational webinars and presentations online. So just to give you a little bit more on how you can access information through our work, we disseminate information in response to information requests, and these are preferably if you send your requests through email. We do presentations both in-house and on request. If you have a particular theme or area and we are able to meet your request, you can contact us. We are quite happy to do presentations. And of course, forums as this one that I'm participating in. We have publications, various types. There is a dedicated website, a Jamaica Clearinghouse Mechanism website, various social media platforms, and we tend to go through the museum's platforms. So remember this handle, I love NHMJ. So the NHMJ is for Natural History Museum of Jamaica. I love NHMJ. And you will find us on Twitter, you'll find us on Instagram, and I believe you'll find us on Facebook. And of course, we have the YouTube channels as well for the museum. All right, identifying information technology solutions to information management problems. We work within different spheres, both within and with conservation stakeholders to discuss what information needs are and how these needs can be approached. And then building technological capacity for sharing and viewing content digitally. So although we're in the digital age, as you realize, science in the digital age has advanced remarkably in the last 15 years. It's really impressive what's been happening and the options available. But you find that developing countries, and even our Caribbean region, lags behind the available technology. And of course, we're all familiar with issues of access, problems of funding, and also having the expertise that once we get software and hardware in to maintain it. All right, so we're going to start looking now at some of our products and some of the services. So what you'll see on screen are some screenshots of the Jamaica CHM website, and at the very, very top, above the header with the title, there are some menu options that if you click on those, we don't have time to go through them today, but you click on those and it will take you to species, protected areas, names of environmental legislation, and we are also working on a directory of environmental entities, both within and outside of Jamaica, that relate to the conservation of Jamaica's biodiversity. And then, back to the other side, please. One more. Right. I'm going to stay on this slide for a minute. You will notice that we highlight Jamaica's heritage. We also look at national assessments, and then we also make available to the public national biodiversity strategies and action plans, because these documents, along with laws, are not just intended for management at the government level, but we want to have citizen participation in the consultations of these documents. Okay, at the bottom on the left, you will also see we have a publication highlighted every month. We choose a theme that is topical. It could be about Jamaica, the region. And we also have a newsletter that is disseminated via email. And that newsletter actually addresses conservation issues and biodiversity issues in the island, in the Caribbean region, and international. If you want to keep abreast, I had heard earlier comments about, if you're not in the science field, where do you go to get information? Our newsletter is one of the ways in which you can do so, as well as our website. So you see that the URL for our website is on screen. You can make a note of it, as well as a contact email. Lastly, if you want to get details on what we have been doing over a couple of years, 2017 to 2022, we have done an impact feature, and you can see the impacts of the CHM. Next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to spend a little while sharing some experiences with facilitating decision-making through our information services. And so we're going to start with national policies, strategies, and action plans. And so as a program that is providing access to documents of this nature, you may be aware, for example, that Jamaica had its first biosafety policy in 2021. And biosafety are the efforts to deal with organisms that are generated through biotechnology. And they are known as living modified organisms, or some people call them genetically modified organisms. And so one of the things that we were able to do was not only as a stakeholder participate in the process, but when the green paper was ready, we were part of the mechanism to advertise that the green paper was available and to post it on the website so that people could consult with it and to direct them as to where they could do to submit comments. Another process is every couple of years, Jamaica, under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, has to develop a national biodiversity strategy and action plan. And so this is something else that I would flag persons to be aware of. We are going to be developing one in the coming months. And so this is another area in which we would be highlighting through our website and our newsletters for persons to be aware of. At this point, I want to point out the convention addresses not just species and ecosystems, it embraces sustainable use and sustainable development. It is a convention that is said to be the Indigenous People and Traditional Knowledge Convention because it really does try to incorporate those knowledge groups into the expected strategies and action plans. And so therefore, this is something that we are looking forward to in engaging all of Jamaica in future processes. So we've looked at that, we've looked at the green papers for civil society consultations, and we get requests. Sometimes people want to know, does the government have an act on this? Does the government have a policy on this? And the requests not only come from in Jamaica, but we find we get requests from overseas. We have persons who want to do research on Jamaican biodiversity, and they contact the CHM and ask, what do we have to do? Do we need to get a permit? And yes, they do need to get a legal permit, especially if they're going to work in a protected area. So these are some of the things that we assist with in helping people to make decisions. Project planning. So I'll share some actual experiences here. Some years ago, one of our local environmental funding agencies put out a grant call. And in the grant call, they were actually encouraging tree planting. We all embrace tree planting, but what they didn't know was that the list of trees that they provided included what is known as invasive alien species. So I'm sure everybody in here remembers an invasive alien species, lionfish? Yes. Okay, so it's not just fish or animals. Plants can also be invasive alien species. Invasive meaning it's problematic. Alien meaning coming from outside the native range, so it's not native to Jamaica. So that's all that term means. And Jamaica has a national invasive alien species working group, and that working group supports NEPA. And what we do is that we have as part of our mandate is to generate lists of species that are invasive to Jamaica, alien species that are invasive to Jamaica. And so, this grant call was brought to their attention, and the CHM is a part of that group. And a discussion was held amongst us, and we decided that we would approach the funding agency because chances are they didn't know. They feel they're encouraging a worthy thing, tree planting, yes. So we prepared a technical document, and we went and met with them. And they were grateful and said, we really had no idea that some of the species on the list were invasive alien species. And moving forward, we are going to do a review of the species that we are putting out in grant calls, and we have no problem with making adjustments to the list. So that was a decision that was made on their part based on us providing them access to information on the types of species that are invasive. Another one I want to bring to light is the private sector is also a target group in the work that we do. It's not often we get to interact with them. We don't get many requests. But in 2011, a communications group contacted the CHM. They had a client. They didn't tell us who the client was, but they had a problem. The client gave them the task to help develop a logo because they were branding their business. The client had a specific request. They want it to be, the logo must have in the Jamaica mango hummingbird, which is an endemic species. So most people know Dr. Bird, but we actually have other endemic species of hummingbirds. Unfortunately for the communications company, Their access to information was to Google. Now, when you Google, as you know, a whole heap of information can come at you. You're flooded with information. And you're forced to make a decision, and you can end up making the wrong decision as they did. And they ended up choosing the green-breasted mango hummingbird and designing the logo with that. And the client was most unhappy because the client knew what the correct species was. So now they had to be calling around the museum to help them. And I say this to point out, very often we talk about access to information, but in the business of what we do at the CHM, it's also important that when you access the information, to be aware that sometimes the access you need is not just to the data and information itself, but to resource persons who can assist and guide you in making correct decisions. So we were able to guide them and tell them that no, their question was, is this species found in Jamaica? And we were able to tell them, no, this species actually occurs from Mexico to northern South America. So they had to go and, try and alleviate things with their client. Finally, information management. On this slide, we manage a invasive alien species database. We actually do training to assist key stakeholders in biosafety to utilize a platform that has been developed by the United Nations, and all the countries that have signed on to the special area under that convention dealing with biosafety are asked to register their information, national information, in a particular database. We provide training for that. Next slide, please. So this is showing you the home page this is my top left. That's the invasive alien species database. It not only lists species, and we're in the process of making sure we put on the 130 species of invasives named for the country, but it creates a record for each species. So it's a work in progress, and you can see at the bottom the types of information you will find. What is significant to policy is the convention asks parties to pay particular attention in one of its articles to the pathways of invasive alien species. How do they get into the country? And so our database is providing support to that in the planning of actions and management by documenting and making publicly available. So the information is publicly available to planners, to citizens. And we also partner on this database with the National Spatial Data Management Branch. They are the host, and the Institute of Jamaica, through the Jamaica CHM, we actually manage the content. We work with a team, a multi-entity team of government and non-government entities in getting in all the different information sets, because we find that people in different parts of Jamaica, in different sectors, are holding relevant information, but they need to bring it together in a place of easy access, and that's what the database does. It brings together the different points that the information is held in so that you have one portal to go to. All right, we want to pause on this for a minute because I like to talk about this for the reason that when partners and collaborations happen, you can actually end up with unexpected benefits. So this map was produced under the Biodiversity Information for Development project, and it was funded through the European Union in partnership with the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, GBIF, and then the Natural History Museum were the recipients of that funding and the managers. And one of the things we did under this project with our partners, and you see there NEPA, Jamaica Conservation Development Trust, and an overseas partner, the Natural History Museum in London. One of the things that came out of this project was that NEPA allowed us access to their wildlife research permit database, just for the purpose of this project and with special conditions, that we don't use it for any other purpose and so forth. And what we did, we were able to plot this map to look at what research had been done in protected areas. And it gave a graphic picture that the tables don't give. It allowed us to answer a question: can we use the data in an already existing database that is used by the regulators, because how they use it is that they are checking that the people, when they apply for the permit, and they say they're going to work at point X, that they're actually working at point X and not point Y, and that they're meeting the conditions of the permit. So that's the original use of the database. But we were looking to see, can the information that already exists, can that be used to help us have an insight into what kind of research has been done on biodiversity in Jamaica? What is available? How do we get a good, quick snapshot of that? And mapping can help to answer that question. And so you can see from the map that was an output of the project that we have several points on the eastern end of the island. You see points in the Blue and Junker Mountain National Park. And if we move south, you see that there are some in the Portland Bight Protected Area. And then as we move to the other ends of the island, you won't be able to see the polygons, but some of those dots are actually in small forest reserves. And what we saw was that for a particular time period, 2010 to 2015, a lot of the research happened in the national park. And the associated data gave us an idea of the species and the ecosystems that were being researched. And this would not have been possible if NEPA had not been willing as a partner to provide access for us to see if we could use the database in that way. So collaborations, just by being willing to have conversations and to discuss things and to see how we can work together, access to data and information can result in new products or possibilities. Next, please. All right, so this is my last slide. And I just wanted to leave you with some thoughts of the importance of access to environmental information at all levels. And yes, information can empower environmental stakeholders for informed planning and decision making for government, non-government, and civil society. And of course, it facilitates transparent governance. The database I mentioned earlier that is hosted by the UN for biosafety. If any trading country wants to move a living modified organism through our waters, they have to declare it through that database. They have to say what it is. They have to indicate the timeline, and we have our responsibilities to do certain notifications here in Jamaica to let people know what is going on. And so that is something that the government is currently orienting to take on and make a part of its procedure. And that is to have transparency in that kind of trade. Access to information facilitates dialogue or feedback that may lead to opportunities for collaboration. And I want to tell you something about that invasive species database. That invasive species database, the first platform came out of a regional network, and that was later gone into dormancy. And those of us who survived that period, Brazil, Argentina, Jamaica, Brazil found funding, went on to reactivate the network, and now we have this database. So we have worked cross-country to get in the platform. And we have a partnership and network across the region to share information with. Identification of information gaps, new data and information, especially valuable, especially when we work across sectors, because you in your sector might have knowledge of something that we may not have considered. And so when we access information and discuss it together, we end up with a more wholesome, informed picture of the environmental issues and challenges that need to be resolved. So I leave you with these thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. I think a lot of persons would have learned a lot about the JCHM who may not have been familiar with the JCHM, both in this room and online. And a lot of positive things were said, and we will learn a lot from those platforms and how to collaborate. Our next speaker, Dr. Teresa Rodriguez Moody, is an environmental scientist and advocate dedicated to safeguarding Jamaica's natural heritage. She is the Chief Executive Officer at the Jamaica Environment Trust, JET. It is a non-profit environmental NGO whose mission is to protect Jamaica's natural resources through their law and advocacy, conservation, and environmental education programs. Dr. Rodriguez Moody is a geographer with a BSc and PhD from the University of the West Indies. Her professional journey spans over a decade, during which she has worked with various stakeholders, including private sector entities, governmental bodies, and multilateral agencies as an environmental scientist and climate change vulnerability specialist. Her most recent advocacy efforts have been instrumental in highlighting key environmental issues in Jamaica, such as environmental monitoring and enforcement, access to crucial environmental information, transparency, public participation, and addressing challenges posed by extractivism and deep-sea mining. Let's welcome Dr. Rodriguez Moody to give her presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to be here to join this panel on behalf of the Jamaica Environment Trust, where our mission is to protect Jamaica's natural resources using education, advocacy, and the law to influence individual and organizational behavior, public policy, and practice. Environmental defenders, a term which I'm sure many of you are not familiar with, are individuals and groups who actively work to protect the environment from harm caused by resource extraction, hazardous waste disposal, and other dangers. These are persons that advocate for human rights related to the environment, including the right to water, health, and so forth. So we at JET are environmental defenders, as are many of you here in this room today. We act as watchdogs, educators, mobilizers. And some of the things we do include translating technical data into simpler language for the public to understand, challenge lack of transparency around environmental related actions and decisions, and advocate for laws and regulations that serve people and the environment. But to do this work effectively, we need access to environmental information. So, next slide, please. Environmental information, what is that? We've heard about it today. It includes any data, reports, records that help us understand the state of our environment and the decisions being made about it. And this can range from your air and water quality data, your permits, your discharge licenses, your hazard maps, your climate projections, your monitoring reports, to even communications about development and approvals or enforcement actions. So in short, environmental information is the information that allows the public to know what's happening, why it's happening, and who is responsible. So access to information is one of the 3 pillars of the Escazú Agreement, alongside public participation and access to justice. This is in Article 5 of the agreement if you're interested in doing further research. The Escazú Agreement is a regional agreement that prioritizes the right to a healthy environment and explicitly safeguards environmental rights defenders. But these 3 pillars, are not interdependent. Without relevant, timely, and accessible information, participation becomes symbolic and justice becomes elusive. In Jamaica, next slide please, the Access to Information Act, go back please, enacted in 2002 was a landmark step towards transparency. So for the first time, ordinary citizens had a legal right to request information held by state agencies. Yes, the act had its limitations, exemptions, for example, but it was a sea change. Civil society groups like JET began using it immediately. We saw that the more the act was used, the more responsive agencies became. It wasn't perfect, but it opened doors to the critical data, the environmental permits, the monitoring reports, the assessments, and more. So civil society plays a critical role in promoting access to environmental information. We file the ATI requests, we monitor compliance, and we push for proactive disclosure. We also build awareness through education campaigns, social media, and community outreach. So people know that they know what their rights are and how to use them. In many cases, civil society is the bridge between raw data and real-world action. But today, we have many challenges. Decades later, we have many challenges. We still have many challenges. On many occasions, our ATI requests, for example, while they may be acknowledged, they go sometimes several days before there is that initial acknowledgement. And many of our requests actually pass the 30-day deadline with no response. Now, the majority of our ATI requests will go to agencies like NEPA, Mines and Geology, Water Resource Authority, mostly the environmental organizations. Now, sometimes we end up submitting internal reviews, and months later, we still hear nothing. It's not always possible to file an appeal, which is your last step, because though the process is actually said to be quite simple, it is ideal that you have legal assistance, which is not always available. Now, as an example, as of the time of writing this last week, since April 2025, JET submitted about 8 ATI requests. 7 were acknowledged, 1 immediately, 1 after the 30 days of submission. The remainder between 3 and 30 days of submission of the request. And of the 7 requests that we submitted, information was received for 2, while we still await information for the others. All 7 have passed that initial 30-day mark that's in our law. And we only received a request for an extension for 1 of the requests that we made. Now, JET has long advocated for proactive disclosure of environmental information. We don't believe that citizens should have to file formal requests for routine environmental data. So, for example, environmental permits, discharge licenses, monitoring reports, these are not published online by default. And this is information that everybody should have access to without having to file an access to information request. Environmental permits, for example, it is a way for the public to also hold the project proponent accountable. But unless you know the permit number, there is no way of finding out what those permit conditions are. For example, what are their operating hours, what are their permissions for dust, for noise, and so forth. And more often than not, when we are supposed to be using these platforms, for example, for environmental permits, the system is not working. In this digital age, we need to be moving beyond this. So the proactive dissemination of environmental information would reduce the burden on understaffed agencies and empower the public even further. Next slide, please. And we understand that a review of the ATI Act is underway. We've heard the words imminent for several years. The last review was in 2011, and more recent promises have been made that the Access to Information Act will be amended to allow for the fast tracking of the ratification of the Escazú Agreement, but only specific to some of the government's environmental agencies. However, those are to be defined. So in closing, access to information is not just a technical detail. It is a cornerstone of environmental justice, to which I know our next speaker will speak more of. And it empowers communities, it strengthens governance, and protects those who speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez-Moody. As Dr. Rodriguez-Moody said, we have some work to do. We have the strong foundations, as the CTD mentioned earlier, and it's in all our interest for us to strengthen our access to information system, that it empowers both our civil society advocates and also our MDAs, so that we transform as the government focus is on us transforming. Our next speaker, Daniel Andrade Goff, is a Jamaican attorney at law and partner in the law firm Goff Law with extensive experience in environmental law. Her areas of practice include environmental policy, litigation, advocacy, legislative drafting, and environmental law education. From 2015 to 2022, she served as an elected representative of the public for the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation, and Access to Justice in Environmental Matters for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is the ESCAZO Agreement. Ms. Andrade Goff was previously legal director of the Jamaica Environment Trust, a non-profit environmental NGO organization, a post she held for 9 years and is now a board member. During her time as legal director, she managed JET's law and advocacy program. She obtained her Bachelor of Laws from the University of the West Indies and was called to the bar in Jamaica in 2005. In 2009, she was the recipient of the British Chevening Scholarship and completed a master's degree in environmental law from Queen Mary University of London in the United Kingdom. Let's welcome Mrs. Andrade Goff.
Good morning. Thank you, Damien, for that introduction. And before I begin, I just want to congratulate Damien, the ATI unit, his team on hosting this wonderful event. So I've always said about access to information that you could have the best law in the world, but if people are not even aware that they have this right to access information, then what's the use of it? What's the point? So things such as this, events such as this that help to spread awareness about the Access to Information Act are very important. Could you go to the first slide, please? I'll say next when I'm ready for you to change. All right, so you've heard from the speakers about the importance of access to information and the role that it plays in environmental protection. So I want to speak specifically about access to information in the Jamaican context. And I want to show you examples of the way in which access to information can radically improve the way in which business is done, the way in which the environment is protected. First, I want to talk about the fact that internationally, access to information is recognized as one of those human rights. It's central to sustainable development. We have since 1992 and the Principle 10 Declaration, Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development recognized that environmental issues are best handled with the participation of all citizens. In the Convention on Biological Diversity, which Dr. Davis mentioned, it recognizes that information is critical and important to develop educational and public awareness programs in order to further sustainable use of biodiversity. You have the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which recognizes access to information as critical and important for accountability for all institutions at all levels. And Dr. Rodriguez-Moody mentioned the ESCAZO Agreement, which is perhaps one of the most recent treaties on access to information and other rights, which, by the way, has been ratified by about 18 countries, signed by 24 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, including Jamaica, that has signed it. We have yet to ratify it. And that access to information, that treaty requires parties to guarantee access rights for the public. So internationally, we have recognized, we have signed on to all these agreements that have supported and encouraged and required governments to provide access to information to the citizens. Locally, what have we done? We've passed an Access to Information Act. I'm curious how many people in this room have actually used the Access to Information Act. Okay, this is actually better than I thought. I see about a third of you have actually used it. And we have some live streamers. I'm curious about what the number would be. Next. So you've heard the saying that knowledge is power. I believe that the Access to Information Act can truly be transformative. On the screen, I have two pictures. I have that picture, and this is actually a picture of the same place, the Harborview Sewage Treatment Plant. I have a picture that I took in 2009, and another that I took in 2015. Radically different. This is a case taken by Jamaica Environment Trust and some citizens of Harborview who were concerned that a government-owned sewage treatment plant that had not been functioning for over 30 years and had been causing severe environmental public nuisance, leaking raw sewage throughout the environs. And they decided to take a court action to deal with that issue. Over the period, several investigations had been done into the issue, but no enforcement action had been taken. And what the lawyers, I being one of those persons on the legal team, what we were able to do was to actually use the Access to Information Act to show that over the period, there had been several investigations. While no enforcement action had been taken, millions of dollars had been collected specifically from the Harborview residents, known as a K factor, and for the sole purpose of fixing the plant and other issues. This information was used as evidence in the court case, and I have no doubt that it's one of the factors that led to the successful result of a consent order and the government agreeing to fix that sewage treatment plant. Next slide. Thanks. All right, so I want to talk about another issue that I think has been very topical. That's the issue of beach access. What does access to information have to do with beach access? Yes, access is a common word in both concepts, but what does it mean? What we have observed, I'm sure everyone can agree, that there's been a significant increase in coastal developments in Jamaica in the last 30 or 20 decades. And in this context, it's not surprising that there have been increasing conflicts between private property owners and the public over access to some of our beaches. Now, the Draft Beach Access and Management Policy of 2022 identified many concerns. It pointed to the unavailability of access points to facilitate physical access by the public to the beach, the lack of sufficient public beaches of a good standard for bathing and recreational activities, the payment of fees for access to the foreshore and their use of public beaches, and the loss of physical and visual access to the sea and coastline as a result of coastal developments. So we have, as a nation, recognized that this is a growing and an urgent concern. Now, what legislation exists to protect the right of access to beaches? So we have a Beach Control Act, and under the Beach Control Act, the foreshore and floor of the sea are vested in the Crown, and certain rights are protected. That foreshore is defined as the area between the high and low tide watermarks that's alternatively covered and uncovered by the tide as it ebbs and flows. On the screen, I actually have an image there taken from the Draft Beach Policy, and the area in yellow is essentially the foreshore. Now that area of the foreshore cannot be privately owned. It's vested in the government. Anyone who wants to conduct any sort of coastal development or activity within that foreshore requires a license from the government. However, there is no general right of the public to access the foreshore, not in common law and not in legislation. So what can access to information do to protect the public concerning these developments that infringe on public access to beaches? Now, oftentimes we hear about these developments, maybe there's a newspaper article, there's something in the media about it or so on, but sometimes the communities hear about it when there's a wall or a fence that's erected, preventing access to beaches. We have planning legislation that exists that requires developments to put up site notifications. So anyone who's applying for a license to conduct some activity on that beach has to first notify the public by putting up a notice. You heard Rodriguez Moody speak about proactive access, dissemination of information. And this is notification is one of the, I would say, lower level forms of information, provision of information. But the legislation says that a notice must be put up. And what does the legislation say? It must be put up in a conspicuous place, on the foreshore, facing the sea, as well as on a verge nearest to the main road or path used by the public, and, if possible, face and be visible from the road or path. That is what our legislation says about providing notice. Now, we have also several legislative provisions in other laws that talk about the public's right to receive information about pending applications through the use of public registers. A register is essentially somewhere where information is housed that the public should have access to at reasonable hours. We have the Town and Country Planning Act, where developments that require building approval, planning approval, information that is kept within a public register there. We also have the Building Act that was recently passed in 2018 that also requires local planning authorities to keep accurate and up-to-date records of applications for building permits. And then we have the Natural Resources Conservation Permit and License Regulations that also requires that registers must be kept of permits and licenses granted. Now, I myself have tried to access that, and I was unable to do so. I was told that they were not aware about a public registry, and I had to make a request. Now, the Access to Information Act itself says that while everybody is entitled to the right to make a request for official documents subject to limited exemptions, it says that it doesn't apply if there is another avenue through another statute that is supposed to ensure access to that information. So really and truly, you shouldn't be making an access to information request. You should be accessing permits through this public registry. Now, requests for information through the Access to Information Act is another way persons can get access to permits. You've heard about the experience JET has had making access to information requests, when in fact you can be waiting 30 days, and in some cases it could be more than 30 days if for certain reasons the information is not provided. If, for example, authority is claiming an exemption, it can be over 30 days. In some circumstances, communities, the public, they don't have that time to wait to get the information. All that time that they're requesting information to know what is to come or what is proposed, things are happening behind the scene. Applications are being processed, permits are being granted. There's also an environmental impact assessment process. Now, I've been speaking generally about coastal developments, but there are also certain types of developments, large-scale developments or developments which may have a significant impact on the environment or public health that are treated differently. These require much more stringent measures in order to process applications for those projects. Now, under that legislation, developers may be asked to do an environmental impact assessment where they have to present information about what could be the impacts. In the case of a coastal development, it could be, for instance, impacts on the public use of traditional recreational or fishing beaches. And in fact, that would mean blocking and extinguishing those access rights. The problem we have with our environmental impact assessment process is that while the legislation says that this environmental impact assessment can be required, there are no regulations, there's nothing in place that says how it should be done, mandating the dissemination of the environmental impact assessment so the public knows. There's nothing mandating public meetings or public consultation on these matters. There are internal guidelines that are followed by the government, but again, these are guidelines and they can be applied on an ad hoc basis. While NEPA does have a practice of publishing these EIAs on its website, in reality, the legislation doesn't require them to. And the discretionary nature of this whole process makes it difficult to achieve effective and meaningful participation of the public, and that is my argument. So where do we go from here? Where can we go from here? We're in a digital age. We expect information right now at our fingertips and without delay. For so many areas of our lives, we see how digitization of information has transformed the way in which we do business. Why cannot this same concept be applied to coastal developments that impact access to our public beaches? Here is an example from Wales of an online permit register that allows any user to go online and search for official government information. You don't need an application reference number. You don't need a permit reference number. You don't even have to know the name of the person who's doing the development. You can search. I put in beach. I did a snapshot. I just put in beach, and it shows you a record of every single type of information that they house. And then you can further filter it by location and so on. This is where Jamaica should be going. And this is what I encourage the government to do. I understand that they're in the process of fixing what they call the Amanda system, where they have information housed online, where you can get the permits and so on. This is the way information should be provided. And so I would encourage them to look at these best practice examples in other countries and adopt them so that members of the public can get access to information freely, particularly about these coastal developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Andrade Goff. We have had 3 presentations that have, I think, given us a lot of food for thought, given us some information that we perhaps did not know before, and spoke about, I heard a big yay a while ago, right? It's a good panel talking about the technological gaps that exist and how to reinforce as we use the technology and what is required in the digital age, which is consistent with the theme that we're talking about at this conference and for International Day for Universal Access to Information as well. I will probe a little further with our presenters as we discuss some of these issues and just to get some more information about the platforms that were referred to and some of the proposals that were made as well, and the challenges. Now, in the importance of environmental information we've discussed from the beginning of our session today, and the context of the agreements that the government is a party to. And those of us who are not fully in the environmental sector would not know about most of these agreements. Some of us who are partially, Dr. Davis invited me in partially in terms of the JCHM, so I feel like I know a little bit about environmental information. But we would want to know, because how can we broaden access to environmental information through the use of technology. Daniel has made a suggestion in terms of build platforms for access, and I perhaps would ask the other two panelists in terms of if there are any specific recommendations they would have. I know, for example, when we talk about JCHM, that Dr. Davis, you're thinking about how can we build that platform and make that platform even more modern, right? Utilizing technology for that. So I'll ask Dr. Davis just say, what would the thought be in terms of going forward? What would you like to see in terms of that platform being enhanced, in terms of the database, and how being able to provide even more information proactively, and how to support managing the scale of the database and so on for the public?
Thank you for the question, Damian. I think if I were to look at the Jamaica invasive species database, one of the ways in which citizens could actually support that effort is through your own observations. The database has a capacity to use location data and to plot maps, which is very important for us to have that information in conservation planning. And we have persons actually contacting the various conservation entities, including the museum, about problems that they're having in their gardens. They are having an overrun after flood rains with snails that have eaten down their plants. They're bringing up a sample of the snail. We realize that this could possibly be a problem species, or they're bringing insects into the museum. What we need is to capture some of the citizens' observations. And so one of the things for the database is really to develop the spatial aspect of it, so that when we have various information coming in from citizens, we can incorporate some of the citizen observations into the database to help expand it. And so it gives us a better idea of where these problem species are occurring and where we must target the efforts to control them. So that would be one way in which we could actually engage civil society, and we already have some persons doing it, but I don't think a lot of people are aware that if they can actually share that kind of information, that they are participating in a process in building the information that we share.
So I think what Susan is talking about is also capturing that citizen data using your mobile phones, right, to capture information and submit that data. I'll ask Dr. Rodriguez for any recommendations he has in that respect as well.
Thank you. As Daniel had indicated, the data sometimes is needed almost immediately for you to be able to, when communities come to JET, for example, to ask them with assistance, they have a dust issue, there's a facility nearby, do they have a permit? What are their operating hours? Oftentimes you just cannot find this information. And when we go on a website, for example, as Daniel indicated, I think it's the Amanda system is not working. So the only way that you can find this out is by requesting a permit through the access to information request. And that can take any amount of time. Now, this is why that register is so important. You want to be able to just go online, especially with information at your fingertips, to be able to just find out what are the permit conditions. And this is just simple. What are the air quality, what's the air quality data? What's the recent water quality information for the coast? What kind of water am I swimming in? What's the quality of the water in the river that you're getting your potable water from? This is information that affects all of us in different ways, and we should have access to it, but it's not always available. It's more often than not available. And so we really need to migrate to using the digital platforms, searchable, when we have permits displayed, QR codes, so that you can immediately just go on your phone. If the development is right beside you, you can scan the QR code if you see a permit displayed, and you can go online and you can find out what the permit conditions are, so that you can, if you need to make a report because maybe they are violating their permit conditions, action can be taken very quickly, because a lot of times people don't actually know what they can do. They're dealing with an issue, whether it is an oil spill, dust complaint, and they make phone calls and don't really know what the next step is. So by providing as much information as is possible, and I think some of these are low-hanging fruit, because these are permit conditions that have been granted, issued, and should be available to the public. And I'm just using as an example. Environmental impact assessments are usually available online, but not all projects require an environmental impact assessment. There are many that just require a form of technical environmental assessment. That doesn't mean that there are no environmental impacts. But if no environmental impact assessment is done, you'll have to do an ATI request to actually find out that information. So that was a good example. We've seen examples in Ireland that they have a really robust platform that you can do a search and you can find information, all the information related to a project, so that you as a concerned citizen can know what you can do with that information. If you require any legal steps, or you just want to know what they're doing, you can easily access that information.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez-Moody. I don't know if Mrs. Ongarigo, if you wanted to add anything to that.
And just briefly one thing. So I also wanted to say that I know we've been talking about permits and licenses, but that's really after the decision has been taken. It's a done deal at that point. I think we can do more. I think we could have proactive disclosure of applications, especially for those that I mentioned before require an environmental impact assessment, those that have significant impacts on the environment. There's legislation in a lot of countries, in particular also in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean, where I've researched about 3 or 4 countries that require applications for these types of developments to be published in newspapers. So what we're talking about is nothing revolutionary, and this is giving people early notice, so that you can have a chance to have a say, have a voice in the decision that is being proposed or taken.
Well, I think all of the government entities here, both environmental regulators, as well as those of us in terms of access to information, general access to information unit, we know that there is a demand for more proactive disclosure of information, and we know that our act was passed in 2002, so what was considered proactive disclosure then is not the same as is required in this digital age. So when you look at government's overall strategy, and it is a strategy that we have to move forward with, because the technology is moving so fast. We have to move, because what is required at this time is way beyond what was required a decade or 2 ago. So there are investments that are being made. We know that it's something that we have to do these investments within, Mr. Lumsed said, within our fiscal envelope. But it's certainly also addressing the low-hanging fruits, as Dr. Rodriguez-Moody said. And I know that there is a lot of collaboration that MDAs can do, as Dr. Davis mentioned as well, in terms of bringing the information together to add some value added, looking at more open data in terms of the data sets that we have available to the public, and just being more proactive and understanding what information we can proactively put out there based on the needs and the requests of citizens that we provide access. We have a couple minutes, and I would open the floor for any questions from the floor for this panel, if anyone has any questions. Ms. Rumbold? Yes?
Okay, let me just thank the panelists for that, their interesting perspectives on access, digital access, but it also opened my mind to the possibilities of government in terms of granting access. There's a whole lot of information in government, and as you rightly said, it should be free. It's not restricted. It's not exempt. But the thing is that a lot of persons who are applying for access to this information really don't know how to access this information that might be in the public's domain. You spoke about beach rights and all of those, because the first thing, once a permit is given, more than likely it's gazetted. A lot of Jamaicans who are applying for information don't even know what a gazette is, or where to access it, So they are usually coming to the entities. Sometimes, sometimes these gazettes are not published in a timely manner. So when they're asking us through access to information, we are not even aware that it exists. But if they were going to Parliament or somewhere else. So I think it's incumbent through the ATI unit. We probably now need to look at how to educate the public, in terms of their, not even digital, because we have not reached there yet, but just how to search for information, access information. People don't know how to go about looking for this information in the right channel. And the channel they use tend to be very cumbersome, and convoluted. So I think going forward in terms of the way you serve the public, is probably trying to educate them on these websites exist. I see that a lot of persons are coming through the access to information just as a channel to get to other government entities to get information, because they think if they come through you, it's a mandate to the other ministries or departments, agencies, to say, this person requires this information, serve them. So if you have that, if you command that platform from the requesters, I think if they are going to your sites, you could use that also to educate them on how to access information.
Yes, I take that point, because we have to, as much as we can, we try to assist persons when they don't know where to go, right? And we try to make sure that we know where to direct persons. But essentially, and I don't want us to miss the point in terms of the proactive disclosure, is that, for example, you mentioned the Gazette. That is something that is required by law, but it is not the most accessible means of providing information, unless we were to, those gazettes are going to be put on a portal, for example, and proactively published, because trying to get to the printing service and then to access that, it's challenging, even for government entities, right? So the bigger point, and taking your point as well, is that we need to have a more robust proactive disclosure of information that is not exempt information. And we have started that process because more and more information is online. But I think what is being requested here is for us to do more and also to utilize the technology more. And I think that will happen as we try and reduce some of these friction points, because what that also does is the more proactive disclosure, when we talk about the push model of dissemination, it means that as government entities, we're going to be getting less requests for things that we don't need to be spending valuable and limited human resource time trying to process access to information requests for things that we can put out proactively in the public domain. And one of the things for us to look at going forward is how we can look at what the public wants and put as much information as possible available online that is non-exempt, that has no privacy issues, and that we can have persons access that information in a timely and simple way. Because one of the things we also have to think about going forward is persons are also looking at the way in which we provide information, the formats, as well as they want summaries of reports. right? Summaries of studies, so how in shorter formats that we have to think about. And the technology will help us. We know the capabilities of a number of the artificial intelligence tools that are now available and daily being advanced that will help us in terms of how we are able to disseminate information. More and more government entities, I see the Ministry of Finance, you go on the website, I see the chatbot comes up really quickly, asking you, to indicate what is it that you want. So we're going to be using more chatbots, more AI chatbots in the future. We're going to have AI agent tools. So it's about us embracing the technology as well, because that also means upskilling of our public sector workers, as well as improving our infrastructure. Are there any other questions
Right
from the
here.
floor?
You're not looking at me, Mr. Cox.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I wanted to say I am happy that I am here today, as I heard Dr. Teresa Rodriguez Moody and also our presenter, Mrs. Danielle Goff, because I am from St. Mary. I'm on the board of St. Mary and St. Anne, and as it regards to beach access, when I was younger, we could access probably all the beaches along the coast coming into Ocherius and down. But what we have found is that there are a number of developments that has happened and that these beaches are now not accessible by just you walking off the road, but persons has decided to take over the beaches. And my question really to both of you is that, is there a collaboration between the environmental justice and the environmental defendants as it relates to protecting our rights as citizens? And how do we get the information, the access to that information, as into when we see these beaches just being taken over by persons from anywhere without, I don't even know if somebody has a proper permit to take over the beaches. How do we collaborate to move forward on that?
All right, so we do have legislation, it's called the Prescription Act, which what it says is that once the public has been accessing, whether a path, a track, whatever access point to a beach for at least 20 years or more uninterrupted, that they have a prescriptive right of access to that beach. So that right is a legal right of access. And the private property owners have to respect that right. Now, the problem that we have is that in order to enforce that right, because the right exists, it's not the law give it the right exists. The law is just telling you how you have that right. But in order to enforce that right, it requires the public to go to court and to get a court declaration recognizing that right. And that's one of the challenges I think that we have. There's no point in talking about environmental justice and access to justice if it's not affordable. I always say if it's not affordable, it's not accessible. And the average Jamaican perhaps sees court matters as unaffordable for them. And I think that's something that, while the law exists and it sounds wonderful that we have this mechanism or access point through the courts to enforce this right of access, in actuality, in practical matters, in the way that we look at things, it's unreachable by many people. So what I think we need to do is what a lot of other countries have started doing in the Eastern Caribbean and other places. They have actually amended their planning legislation to include specific provisions. One, that all beaches are public. Two, that any future development, coastal development, has to ensure that there's an access way for beaches. Now, I think at minimum, those beaches that we know that are traditional public beaches or fishing beaches that have been accessed for decades, we can protect those at minimum. And that's really what I'm calling on to do. I'm not talking about doing a policy matter, I'm talking about legislation. So that gives an actual enforceable legal right.
All right, well, that's a recommendation from civil society, something that we know will be heard and will be listened to and considered, and we'll see as that dialogue continues what the government will decide to do based on the recommendations that come from the members of the public and the civil society advocates.
I have one comment and one question. The comment is that I think having a representative from NEPA would have gone a long way with this discussion based on some of the comments that I've heard Mrs. Rodriguez Moody and Goff made. My question is to both of them also, what policies, reform or law reform would you recommend that could strengthen the right to know when it comes to environmental information? What would you suggest? How can we strengthen it? Because based on the comments that you made, you've had issues getting information through access to information. What would you recommend? How can we do better?
Before Dr. Rodriguez Moody comes, that was a question coming from someone from NEPA, right? Just put it in context. So that is also good, because that means as public entities, we're also saying, what can we do better? What is your recommendation for us to do better? Which is good. And this is what this forum is also about, us working together to find out how can we reduce the friction in terms of access to information. How can we work together to make things better using technology and dealing with the low-hanging fruits as well? Dr. Rodriguez Moody?
Thanks for that question. So I think that we need to start defining, when we talk about routine, I'd mentioned routine environmental information. What is routine environmental information? Have that defined and ensure, basically identify low-hanging fruit and plan for what should be, because I think the way how the law is framed, the language is not very specific. So I think what we need to do is when we talk about environmental information, talk about routine environmental information, define what that is, and find and create that platform that is going to be the space where all of this information is going to be published and accessible to the public. I think that when that happens, it means that, I think Mr. Cox said it becomes less of a burden on the ATI officers who have to answer these requests. So for example, right now you'll find your state of environment reports. You might find some annual air quality monitoring reports, but there are quite a few more reports that need to be available for people that are actively trying to make a decision about their environment, their immediate environs, how they are supposed to, the quality of their water, the quality of their air. And that is the kind of information. When we talk about routine environmental information, if a permit says you are supposed to produce monitoring reports, those monitoring reports should be available. If a permit says that you're supposed to, they will tell you how frequently you're supposed to do air quality reports. Those things are, it's a permit requirement, so those are easy things that should be automatically available. The application forms, for example, automatically should be things that are available because they're required by law, but they're not proactively disseminated. The information that, when Daniel was talking about beach access, in order for you to try and find out that information, you could check the legislation without going to ATI, but you won't find everything. Some organizations are very willing to give you information. You don't even have to do an ATI request. You can just make a call, speak to their librarian, and they'll give you this information. But there are others that are more, no, you have to put an ATI request in, and then you have to wait for several weeks. And sometimes with the civil society or with the community groups that we have operated with, they don't even realize that the next step. So they sit down waiting for a long time for the information and don't know that there are a couple next steps that they can do. And sometimes they just give up. So I think that it's not just about I think Daniel had mentioned it. It's not just about putting things into law and legislation. That's important, but I think also it's ensuring that all of those things are actually followed and done to support environmental decisions and actions that community members can also take in protecting the environment and being environmental defenders.
I actually think Teresa did a good job, so I don't really have much to say on it. Just to say that, so it's not NEPA's fault that the legislation doesn't require them to do these things. And despite the fact that it doesn't require them to do it, they have developed guidelines, they are putting information, some of it on the website, making it active. What I am saying is that we can and we should do better. Other countries are far outpacing us in terms of providing environmental information. We can develop legislation that requires a much more robust access to environmental information framework. For instance, you heard Mr. Lumsden talk about the open government partnership and the fact that one of the commitments is to develop environmental impact assessment regulations. That is a perfect opportunity to include provisions within those regulations that require information on applications for these significant developments that have an impact on the environment, that they be proactively disclosed and disseminated to the public. There is an opportunity right here that we're actively embarking on. So that's all we're saying. Let us ensure that Jamaica has its most robust, do as much as we can to ensure that we have environmental information and a strong legal framework. Thanks.
I just wanted to add to the discussion. I've been listening about, the desire for us to be able to provide better access and the problems with current access, and the things are not working. We want a searchable database. But folks, guess what? Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to have the skill set to put it in. And because this is an aspect in which I am dealing with on a daily basis, it is an observation that we already have some of that skill set right here in Jamaica, but it has been migrating over the years from the public sector. And we need to have a better investment in terms of funding to support these developments of platforms. Some of the databases that we do with the Jamaican Clearinghouse Mechanism are searchable platforms. People can go on and search for the data. We had to do collaborations in order to get the money, to be able to provide a facility for people to use. And so my thought is that if you look at our theme today, it doesn't just say provide, it says ensure. So when you get your laws in place, when you get the permits available online through a project, who maintains it? It says ensure. In the digital age. In the digital age, the public sector, I believe, because a lot of our talent has gone into the private sector, the public sector needs to greatly improve what we call an enabling environment for information technology. Because at the end of the day, in a digital age, somebody has to create the tool. The tool must be maintainable, and you must have the skill sets in addition to the funding. So it has been an observation that there needs to be a greater investment in the human resources, in the funding. Some of the technology is indeed here in Jamaica, but we don't have access to it because the environment is not facilitating us in the public sector having access to it. So I just wanted to make that point.
I think this has been a great panel, and we are going to have to close here and take the lunch break, but I think we should really give our panelists a nice round of applause. Thank you, ladies. It has been a very good panel. We have learned a lot, and we have a lot of thoughts to consider and to see how we can connect, to collaborate both as government and society to work to improve access to environmental information and access to information broadly. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Welcome to our second panel discussion. It's entitled Access to Information, Human Rights, Access to Legal Information, Access to Justice, Good Governance and Accountability, Strengthening Transparency, Accountability, and Public Participation in the Digital Age. This panel explores the importance of access to information, good governance, accountability, human rights, access to legal information, and access to justice in the digital age. The importance of the right to information in strengthening accountability, good governance, public participation, and human rights for small island developing states. It will also explore human rights and other frameworks, mechanisms, and platforms to advance the right to know, as well as sharing best practices and perspectives. I'll be your moderator for this panel discussion. My name is Danielle Andrade, and with me on the platform are esteemed speakers. We have Captain Natalie James, the Director of the Human Rights Division of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We have Mr. Ian Godfrey, Legal Education Officer, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Ms. Michael Jackson, Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice, and Ms. Jeanette Calder from Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, or JAMP. I will invite our first speaker, Captain Natalie James, and let me tell you a bit about Captain James. She is the Director for the Human Rights Division. She has been employed with the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which is a division mandated for the promotion and protection of human rights. And she has been employed in the government for the past 21 years. She's an attorney at law, a certified parish court mediator, and was commissioned as captain for the JDF in 2020 and served in the Jamaica National Reserve. Captain James holds a Bachelor of Laws, Bachelor in Business Administration, Master of Law in Public Law, Master in Project Management, and Master in International Trade. She was a top recipient of the 2023 Marcus Garvey Postgraduate Public Sector Scholarship Award. She's the mother of 2 boys and enjoys doing do-it-yourself projects. Please help me to welcome Captain.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm waiting on the presentation to be loaded. Awesome. So today I will be presenting on the development in access to information and justice, their role in the human rights mandate. I am Captain Natalie James, and for the next 10 minutes, we'll do a nice journey. All right? Are you ready for the journey? All right. Let's go. Can I have the next slide, please? Right. So human rights and access to information are important because it empowers individuals to make decisions, foster transparency, accountability, and good governance. It supports freedom of expression, the right to distribute information, and information. You can go backwards, please. I'd like the table of contents slide. Thank you. Today, I will provide a brief overview of the provisions under the Constitution, which is Chapter 3, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. I will review the Access to Information Act, the Data Protection Act, and review rights in the digital era. I will also speak on protection of these rights in the digital era. Next slide, please. Human rights are what binds us together. And that affects each and every one of us, regardless of our age, regardless if we're male or female, right? So human rights belongs to all persons. And this is because we are all human, regardless of our race, being male or female, nationality, religion, or your political opinion. Everyone is entitled to these rights without discrimination. Next slide, please. This is a picture of our Constitution. And the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And Chapter 3 of the Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, safeguards our rights and assigns us our responsibilities. Next. The preamble of the Constitution, or Chapter 3 to be specific, states that the state has an obligation to promote universal respect for and observance of human rights and freedom. And this is why we have our Constitution that protects this. It also places a responsibility on us, for us to preserve for ourselves and future generation the fundamental rights and freedom to which we are all entitled to by virtue of us being citizens of Jamaica in this free and democratic society. Our responsibility, as I mentioned earlier, is for us to respect and uphold the rights of others. Next slide, please. It's crucial for us to know the provisions of the Charter that affects our access to information. And I'm going to just go through some quickly. Firstly, Section 13.3c, our right to freedom of expression. 13.3d, the right to seek, receive, distribute, or disseminate information, opinions, and ideas through any media. We also have the right to protection of privacy and other property, and of course, communication. And this is where access is really important. Next slide. We have our subsidiary legislation, which is the Access to Information Act. The Access to Information grants citizens and other persons the legal right to obtain access to official government documents. And this is with a few limitations, and these are the exempt documents. As a previous, next slide, as a responsible officer at my previous place of engagement, I was responsible for granting some of these access to these documents. And this exemption is to balance public interest against your right to access. Next slide, please. Next we have, we have here information or provisions of the Act that are very important to everyone. And that is Section 6, your right of access. Section 7, the application process to get this access. Section 8, the process of transferring a request if the request was made to an entity which does not have the correct information or the information, they can transfer that request to where you can go and get this information. Next slide, please. We also have the exemption that I spoke of earlier, which is cabinet documents. We have legal privilege. We also have information or documents affecting security and defense of our country. Next slide, please. Next, we have the Data Protection Act. And this act is very important because it speaks to your personal information, your personal data, and also what are sensitive data. The Data Protection Act aims to protect privacy of certain data and covers rights of data subjects. And it also provides the requirements of data controllers and the standard of processing. If you look to the right of the screen, you'll see the provisions that you need to be aware of, which is the right of access to personal information and the manner to which this information can be supplied under the section and the grounds. And also the fact that we need to consent to the processing of our data. Next slide, please. So let's talk about personal data for a few seconds. What is your personal data? This is information on a living individual, and it's also information on a person who has been deceased for less than 30 years. So it's not just because I'm alive, my information is personal. No, it also covers persons who have deceased. It also includes expression of opinion and individual indication of intent of the data controller and respect of any personal information. Next slide, please. All right, let's look on sensitive data. We're looking on our biometrics. We're looking on our facial recognition. We're looking on our political opinions that we put out there, our religious belief, and other similar nature. We look at our participation in any trade union, our physical or mental health, our condition, and also any information in relation to our sex life. Yes, this is in our Data Protection Act. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yes, this is all in our Data Protection Act, and it's important that we have it. But then the Data Protection Act outlines that a person's right to determine if and how their personal data is used. An individual is entitled free of charge, access to information free of charge, to know whether your personal data is being processed and the description of this data, and for the purpose to which your data is being used and the intended recipient of the data. We have the exemption similar to the access to information, where your data or access to this information can be limited based on national security and other means. Next slide, please. So let's get to the fun part, the digital era. Back in the days, we used to have pen pals, and you'd write a letter. But now, I was told I'm showing my age. All right, so we are the digital era. We are now in the digital era. And what this has done is it has impacted greatly how society operates. Information and communication are becoming more and more significant in citizens' life, as well as in government agencies, healthcare, education, and economic activities. Am I right? I'm sure today everybody checked their email, WhatsApp, and maybe online banking. But these improvements has also raised the question regarding the protection of human rights in the digital context, as it poses risks to our privacy and also the illegal processing of data. Next slide. All right, so let's look on some improvements. So while you have good, you have bad. Anyone recall, I saw the Air Jamaica plane down to the back. Anyone recall you're traveling on Air Jamaica and within the last, Air Jamaica, yes? Within the last 30 minutes, the air hostess would come and they'll give you your C5, which is your immigration form for you to fill out. And that's the time you're like, where's my pen? I need to go and take my pen out of my personal bag. Am I right? And then you're there busy completing your form. And now we have our online form that you complete beforehand. That is, you say it's good. It's technology at its best. We also have education. The government has invested $8.2 billion in the provision of technology devices such as tablets and laptops to facilitate teaching and learning. And we do remember COVID. I do remember COVID where you had to connect to Zoom, then it was Google Meets, then it was Google this, Google, and then before we know, you have 10 different apps on your laptop to connect to different classes because each class had a different app that they were using. Then we have the Jamaica Legal Information Portal, where Mr. Ivan Godfrey will be providing information. And this portal was designed to provide ease of access to the most comprehensive current and historical legislation to legal professional, judiciary, and also the general public. Health. Advancement in information technology has significantly improved the healthcare services. Oh, hi, Ministry of Health, how are you doing? Just a little wave, yeah. I recall, I think it was last week, I went to my neighbor for him to check my pressure. And he gave it to me, I put it on myself, pressed the button, and then it did the thing. Who recall, do you recall, Mikhail? Back in the days when you used to go and check your pressure and they'll put here and they'll squeeze. I'm showing our age now, Mikhail. I'm showing our age. Ivan said that. All right. Ivan knows also, right? So we're seeing with technology, there's improvement, but then there's also responsibilities and your rights. And something that I want to look on is your right to privacy, which is the protection of your personal data that you put out there in the internet. Then also freedom of expression, because in Jamaica we are very expressive. We are very expressive. But we need to ensure that we have a responsibility when we're exercising this expression to the point where we don't defame someone else. Because as I had mentioned earlier, we need to respect others' rights, and we should not go out to defame anyone. Then also information, what is restricted by versus what is not restricted. Next slide, please. Then as consent and the right of access to personal data. Now that you go on some websites, you see, click here, give consent to this, give consent to that. But what are we consenting to? How many persons are actually reading what you're giving consent to? You say it's too long, too much. I'm like, you know what, I need to get on this site, especially for female if it's retail therapy, and we need that outfit for the next birthday event. Yes, so we'll just give consent right here, and we can start our shopping. But what are we consenting to? How are they processing our data? How are they protecting our privacy? Next slide, please. But fear not. Fear not. Amen. Hallelujah. Fear not. And this is because Jamaica has legal framework to protect our rights. We have the Office of the Information Commissioner that is there and dedicated to ensuring that organizations and entities adhere to the provision of the Data Protection Act and its accompanying regulations. It's an oversight body that promotes the culture of data protection and encourages best practice for data controllers. It also includes the prompt reporting and management of data breaches to mitigate potential risk and ensure swift action. Next. We have the Cybercrime Act. And this act provides criminal sanction for the misuse of computer system or data and the abuse of electronic means of completing transaction and to facilitate investigation and prosecution. And here we have the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency that have oversight of cyberspace. Next slide, please. And that is my thank you from the Human Rights Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain James. And next we have Yvonne Godfrey. Mr. Godfrey is an attorney at law. He's licensed to practice in Jamaica for just over 7 years. He presently serves as a legal education officer at the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, where he is responsible for educating the public on the laws of Jamaica and the government's constitutional reform agenda. Previously, he served as clerk of court for over 5 years at the St. Thomas Parish Court, the Trelawney Family Court, and St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland Region Family Court. At the Family Court, he had conduct over all family and children cases in the respective parishes. He presently serves on the school boards of a primary school and a high school in Western Jamaica and chairs the UTEC Jamaica Family of Law Course Advisory Committee. In addition to being a trained attorney, he's also a gazetted court mediator, teacher, and trainer. Please help me to welcome Mr. Godfrey.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so in times like this, I would say that my name is Ivan, like the hurricane. And, well, it is now 21 years since that hurricane. And so depending on the age of the room, I might get a chuckle for people who knew it, or I might get no response. But I heard some chuckles just now. All right, so I will be introducing to you today the Jamaica Legal Information Portal. under the theme Enhancing Transparency, Access and Efficiency in Legal Information Management. And this is brought to you by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. All right, so for today's presentation, we'll be looking on the objectives of the presentation as a whole, an introduction to the Jamaica Legal Information Portal, the key features of JLIP as it is called, and plans for JLIP into the future. Now, the objectives of the presentation are to introduce the purpose and scope of the JLIP, to demonstrate the key features and intended users of the platform, to clarify the phased approach to content availability, to outline how the public sector and private sector can support the completion and utilization of the platform. And, well, you can skip that last one because it's not going to allow us to do that today. Now, historically, access to legal information and legal instruments and legislation has been fragmented, with many users relying on time-consuming methods of research that require sourcing information from different locations. So you pull up a piece of legislation and the first thing you see is, this act shall become operational on a date to be set by the minister and to be seen in a gazette or some language to that effect. And then you can't find no attendant gazette, so you don't know if this thing is in force or it is not. Or you're looking for a particular regulation and you scroll down in the legislation and you see the minister may make regulations in relation to this act, and you can't find any legislation anywhere, any regulations anywhere, sorry. Or you find the legislation and you find a point of law that is very important to you, and God bless if you go and find the amending act that change it, right? Versus you going somewhere and authoritatively stating the wrong position of law. Now, the JLIP addresses all of this by creating a single authoritative source that is accessible to all. It supports improved decision-making, legal compliance, and public accountability. The JLIP is a work in progress, and data is being uploaded on the platform continuously. It is the intent of the ministry to make available thousands, and I dare say tens and hundreds of thousands of legislative instruments and other related documents on the platform. Now we have here just a little, well, it seems as if they downloaded the presentation, but what should have happened here is that there should have been a video, and it should have kind of given a little flavor for how it looks when you scroll on the platform. Now, JLIP is a digital repository of Jamaica's legal material. It is a fully searchable database, and the site contains, among other things, the consolidated revised laws, as well as annual acts of parliament dating from the present, going back to before independence. Now, what is presently on JLIP? Currently, the database houses the following legal materials: 1,624 acts of parliament. Some of us didn't even know that there were that many. There are presently only just 7 Hansards, and these Hansards relate to the debates on our constitutional instrument. There are, and I heard somebody say it earlier, that there is nowhere that you can find the gazettes because every day gazettes coming out and so on. We presently have 13,213 gazettes on JLIP. We have 873 revised laws of Jamaica, and we have so far 197 judgments. Now, in respect to the judgments, what we're doing, right, when all of this works out and we reach far advance in this thing, what is supposed to happen is when you go on a particular piece of legislation and you tick on a particular section, it is supposed to prompt you to case law which has looked at or discussed or distilled principles from the particular section in the legislation. Now, the key features of JLIP are that 1, it is a searchable online database categorized by type of legislation, year of enactment, relevant sector or ministry, legal area, All right, and then the full text access to legal instruments in a downloadable, searchable, and printable format. So many people recall sometimes they look up a piece of legislation, and then when you go now with your cursor and you're trying to shadow it, you recognize that it's a picture of it somebody has uploaded, and so you have to now probably open two screens with Microsoft Word on one side and retype out everything that is in the legislation. You know, it solves that problem. So there is no app for it, but it is mobile friendly, so you can use it on your phone, and it's been continuously updated. No login information is required, and public access is encouraged. Now, it also features a constitution page. And then when you actually go on this page, you'll see videos. You'll hear the voice of Norman Manley indicating that he is now going to be leaving to go to England to go and discuss our constitution and so on. And so the page, what it does is that it gives you a historical overview of the constitution, as well as moments in our history. It has the full consolidated version of the Constitution up to 2024. That was a picture that Captain showed you with the black, green, and gold document. That is there, and it also has older versions of the Constitution from 1944 and 1959. Now, it also has an AI chatbot. And this excellent and very helpful feature is specially designed to provide answers to detailed questions about the laws of Jamaica. So I actually went on it earlier when I was preparing for this presentation, and I looked up what is conservation, and it was able to look in the NRCA and tell me what NRCA has to say about conservation, what conservation includes, and that kind of a thing. Now, we also have a specific AI chatbot called Garvey, which appears as the green icon on the screen in the corner there, and that will provide more broader responses about the site, how to maneuver the site, and so on. And then there is a more dedicated AI chatbot at the top of the screen, which can answer more legally, more difficult questions. Now, next. Yes, so there's a library resources page, which I would think would be the more bread and butter page or aspect of the platform. Now, on this library resources page, there are categories that you can browse from. There are laws of Jamaica, revised laws, omitted acts, repeal laws if you want to trace the history of something, the annual acts of parliament. You can search them either by year or by subject matter or by name or by alphabetical order, however you want it. There are the Jamaica Gazette publications, which will indicate here that an act is in operational force or whatever, if a regulation has been passed, and so on. And then there are the judgments that we indicated. And I was searching earlier and I found at least one judgment on environmental law and legitimate expectations and so on of government agencies and how they're supposed to operate. Yes. Now, the only aspect of it which requires you to actually have some kind of login information is the forum page. And what the forum page does is that it creates a community where persons can put up questions, persons can have discussions surrounding either the page itself or the platform itself, or to discuss legal areas. So if you want to have a discussion about Beach Control Act and so on, you can have that there. Now, that aspect of the page is continuously monitored to ensure that there are no irrelevant, offensive, or otherwise information that should not be there. And it allows persons to engage and debate and have discussions on very topical areas. Yes. Can skip this part now. At this part in time, we'd actually have an actual run through with someone about how it's. No, go back to public sector support. Yes. Of how they, give you a little flavor of the site and so on. If you're so interested, you can reach out to us at jlip.gov.jm if you want specialized training on how to use and maneuver the site. But how can the public and private sector support us? Now, you can do that in several ways. You can identify legislation that is not currently housed on the portal. Now, as was indicated, I worked in the parish courts for a little over 5 years, and specifically in the family courts for a little over 3 years. And I remember when I was trying to find the Family Court Act, I could find it nowhere. The only thing that I could find was the order, which was a gazette, which created the St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland Region Family Court and then the Kingston and St. Andrew Family Court. And the first time I was able to see a Family Court Act was when I had to go to a parish court and go into one of those dusty shelves with the laws of Jamaica in the green binders and, cough a little bit and dust it off and then take it out and photocopy it. So when we started working on it, on this platform, that was one of the first things that I highlighted. And now for the first time that certainly I know the Family Court Act can be found online. So yes, so it's really seminal work. So you can identify legislation that you don't see housed on the portal. You can appoint a liaison officer to coordinate with the JLIP technical and legal team. You can encourage the use of the portal among legal, policy, and administrative staff. And you can provide feedback to improve the usability and the accuracy of the information. Now, our long-term vision for JLIP is that it will become a comprehensive, dynamic, and official legal information source and infrastructure, that it will be integrated with future law revision initiatives, that the government's open data and e-government strategies will be integrated with it, and that other databases such as Gazette archives, case law repositories, or regulatory registers can also be integrated with it. I remember when we did a presentation with I think it was Foreign Affairs, they said that they have a repository of all treaties that Jamaica is signatory to, and that could be something that we could add to the website, for its usability. So there will be ongoing updates to reflect new laws as Parliament passed them, amendments to laws, repeals of laws, and then a consolidation of laws. And also as it relates to case law, as cases are passed that speak to specific pieces of legislation, they shall find their way on the platform. Now, the work is much and the hands are few, so it's a phased approach to the content upload. So presently, not all acts, regulations, or orders are currently available on the portal. Uploading the legal materials is occurring in stages due to the volume of legislation, verification processes to ensure for accuracy and currency of the information, resources and formatting constraints, so you don't end up with a picture document that you can't copy and paste some of it. And so that is why the phased approach is now being used. Now ministries, departments, agencies, commissions, private sector, public sector, everyone is strongly advised to verify whether a specific law is available and to consult official sources if uncertain. No, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. And now, please help me to welcome Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson serves as the Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice, one of the most prominent human rights organizations, I dare say, in Jamaica. Her career in philanthropy and development spans more than a decade. She has been a part of various programs relating to NGO management, working with both local and non-governmental organizations and international development agencies. She specializes in key issues such as human rights, HIV/AIDS, youth and education development, and capacity building. Ms. Jackson holds a master's degree in public policy and management from the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. She also contributes to academia as an adjunct lecturer at the University College of the Caribbean, teaching courses in politics, business communication, sociology, and business ethics. Please help me to welcome Ms. Jackson.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so again, thank you so much to the ATI unit and fellow panelists for having us here at JFJ Speak. The Access to Information Act and just that framework is what you would call the oxygen of democracy. And it breathes life into how we as citizens can participate, hold the state accountable, but also be informed about the issues that we believe is important. I was quite happy that Captain James spoke extensively in terms of the human rights framework, starting with the Constitution. And I think it's important that we recognize that we have a constitutional right to know. Very, very important. When we're doing community interventions at JFJ, sometimes we have a little bit of a difficulty in breaking down the importance of this critical piece of legislation. Because when we're speaking, we have to ensure that it's not seen as something abstract that people say, are just them alone, the bright people them, the government people them, the civil society people them, the media people them. You can get a sense that this is important for me, and what is it that I find to be important for me and my constituency. So just to explain and put things in perspective, JFJ, and by the way, this is an example of digital failing you because I had my little outline on my phone and it is not coming up, but that's why you should know your information when you're speaking as well, very important, right? Or print it out. But anyway, JFJ, we have been involved in the access to information process from when it was first passed. Our co-founder and executive director at the time, Dr. Carolyn Gomes, has been a critical partner to the ATI unit, and from then we provided our recommendations to the legislation. Since then, in partnership with the Carter Center, we have continued to make our recommendations known. So going back to when we're speaking in the public, we put that in context, and we have developed a nice little platform with the assistance of the ATI unit because we got the information from the ATI unit. So when you go on this platform, Right to Know JA, one of the things you can do is that you can select the ministry, department, or agency where you want to get your information, the information that you're requesting, and this platform just facilitates that process. Important. And I look forward to the ATI unit having a platform like this that is government-driven, because it's not all the time. You see how many ATI officers you have. You have a nice list in your package, but we know that the ATI officers change, and not all the time it's to a default email like, ATI office at this particular ministry. Sometimes it's to a named person. So I think a platform like this eventually, I hope that the ATI unit will have, because it's so critical as a vehicle for people to get the information. So as we stated earlier, it's a constitutional right, and it is so intertwined with other rights that we have. Not all constitutions have it spelled out in the way that Jamaica's constitution does, where you say you have a right to seek, receive, and disseminate information. Jamaica spells it out beautifully. We know that it is intertwined with freedom of expression, for example, your right to privacy. So when we're explaining as an organization, we try to ensure that the public understands it, and then we start giving them practical examples of how we use the ATI at JFJ. And I can share with you. So several years ago, we know that our country, we experienced one of the greatest tragedies within the child sector with the Armadale fire. And JFJ, in part, that's where you had several young ladies dying while in the custody and care of the state. And through the partnership with Daniel Andrade, Alexis Goff, we started ATI requests to get information to assist us with our advocacy and to ensure that that tragedy would not strike again. We had some hiccups, redacted data, and we went all the way to an appeal process. And, it just sends a signal of how the ATI process itself can aid with transparency. We also participate in what I call evidence-based advocacy here at JFJ. So sometimes we can take some positions that, it's not all the time that it is widely accepted by the public or agreed by all, but that's what advocacy does as well, which is fine. But we are armed with information at JFJ. And when we go before Parliament, it's good to always have the information from the state as you advocate and make recommendations on policy reform and law reform. Let me give you an example. The child diversion process, such a beautiful process for juvenile justice, child rights in our country. So we wanted to find out how well it is working. We submitted a series of access to information requests to the Ministry of Justice. How many children have been diverted since the act came into effect? What were the types of offenses? How quickly? What are some of the measures that you put in place to ensure that the children are getting the adequate support so that they don't reoffend? And it sends a signal. It gives you information. So, for example, we realized that a significant number of children were diverted for what is known as the uncontrollable provision, Section 24 under the Child Care and Protection Act, now repealed. A significant portion of children, again, diverted. And you ask yourself, why would a child be brought before an adversarial court process for that? The government listened to the advocacy over the years and again repealed it. Other instances where we saw children being diverted, having sexual intercourse with each other, and you say, okay, clearly we need to ensure that children are not having sex early. We don't want that. You want them to be armed with information, sexual and reproductive health, but when they don't do what we know ought to be done, then you say, what is the best provision? Certainly you don't want a child being brought before the courts for that. It can result in court backlogs. It can have a child being traumatized. And therefore, we have put together this data, and we are using it for advocacy so that the Ministry of Justice can look how the law can be reformed. I can give you other instances. For example, when you hear JFJ talk about the state of public emergency, you may not agree with our position, but we asked the Ministry of National Security, how many people were detained under the SOE? How many were charged? How many led to prosecution commencing? And then we can be armed with our information to say, okay, you say that it works, but this is what your data is suggesting. And we use the same data from the state to be armed with information for our advocacy. When we break it down for the public now, we said, but boy, you're upset about something that the local government doing the other day. Send your ATI request so you can know how much money spent. You hear about some big party keep at a government agency, you're not too happy with it? Send over your access to information request and get a sense of what was the budget, what it spent on, who get the contracts. Don't leave it up to civil society, because you have a vested interest as a citizen because you pay your taxes. And even in a pay, that is for TAJ to come for you, but you can still get your information, right? So it's so important that we have the information and we don't see it as something for the media to be requesting on our behalf, because that is how you hold the state accountable. That is how you participate in democracy. Now, we're speaking within the context of a digital era, and it's both an opportunity and challenges. It's a double-edged sword. We know this. When Captain was speaking about the pen pal, I remember, big up to Damian Dwayne, from Portland. He was my pen pal when I was at Westwood High School, right? And I remember those times, and it's changing. Very good. But with it comes challenges. You are now faced with misinformation and disinformation. Because when you seek the information, as the Constitution provides for, you are now free to disseminate You have freedom of expression as well. But what is it that we're disseminating? And how you are receiving the information is important. I give you a simple example. I have a teenager, and he said to me, "Mommy, can you imagine after the local government election, people think that the government changed?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Yes, people think that the government changed." And I said to him, had we the basics of how government work, that should have never happened. But people were circulating TikTok videos and so on about something like this. So you get a sense that, one, we need to be proactive in the information that we're sharing, civil society, government, how we share it, because had we empowered our population to a good degree, that type of misinformation wouldn't go anywhere. It wouldn't even become viral because they would know that it's utter nonsense. Let's get rid of it. So you get a sense, again, proactive disclosure is important. There's some information that we're asking government ministries, and by the way, the ATI officers, I know it's not your fault. I don't want to be misunderstood, right? Some information we shouldn't even be asking because it should be disclosed on the website. Basic things, annual reports. As CSO, for us to remain in good stead with the Department of Corporate and Friendly Societies, we have to have our audited financials, we have to have our annual reports. It should be the same requirement from state agencies. So therefore, when we have these annual reports, we wouldn't even need to be asking you certain information because proactive disclosure would have been done. So that's important. Share the information so that we disarm against misinformation. Jamaica has an excellent legislative framework. We have the Data Protection Act, Cybercrimes Act, but there are some areas for strengthening, which is why we say, again, citizens should be empowered with the data. I've been privy to work in the HIV sector. So, for example, we've seen misuse of private information. A former spouse, for example, sharing the HIV status of their spouse because you're no longer together, the person move on and you say, I'm going to soak you with this information and sharing it. The Data Protection Act doesn't support and protect that individual because the Data Protection Act speaks to protection of your privacy within institutional setting. So we know that there's a gap. But the overall legislative framework is there to promote respect of privacy rights while we share information. And because we're in a new dispensation, some of the things that JFJ, we will be making recommendations to the Access to Information Act. We have the Office of the Information Commissioner. Should we have the ATI unit situated within that office? That's a best practice in some countries because, again, you want that ATI unit, cabinet change now and then after a general election, but you don't want the ATI unit just moving around. So should it have its sound independence with the Office of the Information Commissioner? Food for thought as we have the discussion. Did I hear a clapping? Preach it with me, right? We know that we are now here talking about amendments to the ATI. I'll wrap up in a minute. And we will be sharing our recommendations on the Access to Information Act in short order from JFJ. For example, what is it that a public interest test means? Because the ATI officers sometimes I tell you, I feel it for you, you want to share information, but they said, all right, do I meet this particular threshold? Is it something that I can share? I understand sometimes as well that there are some things that are a little bit, well, to us it's not controversial, but I can respect from your perspective. You may see it as controversial and you may not be as in the position to quickly share that information. I think when you have the foundation set a little bit stronger, then you wouldn't put the office in a precarious situation where they believe that they can't share this data. So there are different ways within which we can make amendments, but JFJ, we will be sharing that in future fora. So please stay tuned, and I hope that we have the support, even silently, from those in the room on some of those recommendations. Again, my apologies, the phone failed me. but I spoke from memory, and I do hope that I managed to capture in the time allotted some of the more critical points. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And now we will have Jeanette Caldo. Jeanette Caldo is fully engaged in civil society advocacy for better public governance. She has been reliably vocal on governance issues, in particular those relating to procurement, corruption, and public sector reform. In 2016, she researched and produced Jamaica's first simplified citizens' budget and guide to enhance the national budget literacy as a bedrock of improving public financial management and stewardship. Her 2017 research into Jamaica's accountability ecosystem identified major gaps and weaknesses and laid the groundwork for a new civil society initiative. Following that, in 2018, she founded the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal Limited to track, measure, and expose accountability issues in government. She has also pioneered the design and development of an online portal, JAMP, that seeks to place in the hands of citizens, media, academia, and government itself an accountability tool to strengthen public oversight mechanisms and improve stewardship over public resources and assets. Please help me to welcome Ms. Calder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed, but just want to acknowledge the media who is with us and the persons who are online. Now, when Daniel came over a while ago before we began and she said there would be some reordering, I said, as long as I'm me last. But I have to tell you the truth, I'm so sorry. This is a very hard act to follow if we're talking about ATI. I mean, I feel really well nourished by what was said previously. The start with Captain James, laying the groundwork and anchoring it in the law, was a good start for us. Ivan, I'm blown away by the portal. I was already clicking and sharing. And so I'm really happy to say that there are persons who have contacted us and asked about Gazette and where to find, and I was belaboring it. And now I'm sending WhatsApp so to say, guys, the government has done a good job, so I really want to thank you. And the ministry and our former minister, Marlene Malahoo Ford, for that wonderful legacy that she's really leaving with us. Thank you. And Daniel has done an amazing job of anchoring it in a similar space that I want to talk to you about, which is really through the lens of the citizens. Yes, I am speaking on behalf of civil society, but just for the next 10 minutes while I share with you, I'm going to ask everybody if you could take off your public sector hat and sit in the space with me as a citizen. I think that's going to be an interesting lens to look at it from. I wear a number of hats and very, very proud of the 6 years that I spent in the public sector. I miss you guys, but I still consider the work that I'm doing in public service. And I still feel like a part of the family, which is why it's so hard sometimes to be as critical as I have been. But I do it from the space of knowing that accountability makes us better, yeah? There's none of us in this room who are where we are today without it. The granddad, the mother, the pastor, the teacher. And then it becomes personal accountability when you grow up on your own. And there's no private sector entity that's doing well on the stock exchange without corporate accountability. And those are strongly in place. And then there is public accountability. We are going to get where we need to get with our Vision 2030. I don't know where it's going to next because of a change in performance. And performance is driven by what? Accountability. So I wanted to really explain for those, the perspective through which JAMP is what we would call critical. Now, we've said a lot about human rights, the digital age, and things of that sort, but I wanted to start off by saying, when I think about human rights, and it's a good place to start as citizens, when I think of human rights, the word that pops up in my mind immediately is democracy. And when I think of democracy, the next two words that pop up is citizen and power. Democracy is really about a balance of power. And then when I think about citizens and power, believe you me, Damon, it's not because I'm here at ATI Week why I would say the very next thing that comes to my mind is access to information. Now, that wasn't always the case, but in 2016, I was really trying to understand why do we opening up the newspaper and seeing the headlines that we all see, and we're all concerned about as citizens, about waste, about mismanagement, and about corruption. And I decided that I wanted to understand what was causing this, because it is holding Jamaica back, and the quality of public goods and services that I know the public sector can deliver, we're not getting it. Listen, guys, when I went into the public sector, I was shocked at how hard I saw people working. I didn't expect it. You know the things we hear. Yeah. And I was concerned about how much I saw being put in, but what the Jamaican people wasn't seeing coming out. So long and short of it, shout out to the taxpayers of the European Union who allowed me to do some research. And in 2 months, I came up with what I thought was the answer to the problem. But I could not have come up with the answer without access to information. I sent out 236 ATI requests in 2 months. And I had a mature civil society advocate who I have the world of respect for, has been a mentor, said to me, "You're lucky if you get one answer in 2 months." And I was like, really? Who would like to guess out of the 236 how many I had responded to? And realistically, I did not get 236 responses. You know that, right, Helen? It's not going to happen. But out of 236, I like that. The question was, did I get an answer or a response? Answers out of 236. Try the percentage. How much in 2 months? Be realistic, guys. 50%. Not bad. I got a 50 here. Do I hear anything else? Do I go up or down? Down. I got 44%. That's a little over 100. But look, man, I was impressed. Somebody said, based on their experience with ATI, you're lucky, Jeanette, if you get one. Now, on the basis of that, JAMP was formed. On the strength of ATI, JAMP was formed. And I thought what it gave me was understanding and knowledge is power. Can I see a hand of those in the room who are happy being powerless and feeling disempowered? Anybody? Exactly. None. So I just want to share with you a video that we did. It's 3 minutes, so it's going to take a little bit out of my presentation. But I think that so much of what I wanted to say was already shared, and I'm going to hope that this video gives you, as citizens, not just public servants, a bit of perspective of where I think and why I think ATI is so valid and so important. Not for information's sake, but to improving the quality of our lives here in Jamaica, yeah? So I'm gonna ask the wonderful team who has been an amazing job. I love the music you've been playing. I've been dancing to the piano all. But can I ask you to run a video for me that is gonna ask us to look at it through the lens of a citizen in Jamaica called Hector. We have dubbed it Hector's Dilemma, but this video is really JAMP's core message of what we want to share wherever we go and whatever we're doing. So take a look at it, and we can probably do a Q&A on it a little bit after. Can we reel it up back to the beginning for me? Thanks.
You hire 63 MPs and you pay their salaries, and you are an owner. You own all public assets like public funds, buildings, and land. You are an employer. With every vote, you hire 63 MPs and you pay their salaries and the salaries of over 100,000 public officials. You are the financier of all roads, schools, healthcare, security. In fact, all government activities are financed by you. To transform our country, we need to change our mindset. Because if we don't, we might end up in Hector's ownership dilemma.
Hector! Hector? Boy, you look like you're heading out the clouds, man.
Oh, Atlin. Sorry, I just have a lot on my mind.
Haven't seen you for a good while. How's your new business?
My business? I wouldn't know.
How you mean? You sell it?
No, it's up and running. Bought the building, the equipment, supplies, got the license and permit. I even appointed a board and hired a CEO, CMO, CFO, every O. But...
Good. Things are going for you, man. So why you look so?
Well, nobody tells me anything.
Wait, I'm not following. Aren't you the owner and chairman of the board?
I get no sales, no marketing, no financial report, nothing. Board meetings are called, decisions are taken. Nobody invites me.
You cannot be serious.
Atlin, I'm here to transfer $1.5 million to the company, and I'm short. I have to send it every 3 months. If not, the board can sue me.
These are your employees. So if you have no idea what's happening and you're just pouring money in, then just fire them and get a new board.
If I could, but I can't. The contract I signed says unless I can prove, say them do crime, missed work 6 days in a row, or them mad like rat, then I am stuck with them until the contract expires.
So how long is that?
5 years.
5 years? So who prepared that contract?
Attila them same one write it.
Hector, my dear friend, I think I know how you could get out of that contract.
For real? How?
Go to court. Tell them exactly what you told me and plead insanity. With that story, the judge will surely believe you and release you.
Now, Hector wants what is best for his company, his family, and their future. But he leave himself careless and can't hold his employees to account. But if we're not careful, it's the same thing we doing. So we have to start behave like the owners, employers, and financiers we really are. Visit jampja.org and use our free online tools to track how your taxes are spent and to ensure greater accountability from public officials. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the UK International Development and the Embassy of the United States.
Message received? Pretty much. And I mean, I could spend an hour trying to unpack this with you, but I know the people in the room get the point I'm trying to make. And there are several different points. But from an ATI perspective, folks, we own all the public assets that exist. All the government land belongs to us. I get the whole thing about repatriation and the idea that we never get nothing. Are not true. We got this island. And that's not nothing. And you and I own it. We have 150 public bodies, public companies. You and I are what? Shareholders. Yes? The money that's in the bank that we call government fund are for me and for you. So I'm trying to get citizens to rewire their brains the way I have had to see myself not just as a citizen, which is defining what, Captain, based on the Constitution, where I belong, but rewiring their brains to look at life through what belongs to us. And I believe that the day we begin to recognize that the JUTC bus is for me and not for government, when somebody throws a stone in your car windshield, you walk past and say, could they? No, you don't. You say, boss, what you do? I'm a car. You call the police, you know. That's how I want to see us responding. Now, when citizens begin to see their country, the country and the assets and the funds through these lens, boy, I'm sorry for the ATI officers. And I got really upset with me, but I am working hard because the minute they begin to recognize that the assets belong to them, what do you think is going to happen? They're now interested. They're going to be writing to ask questions. They're going to be engaging. So I just want to be very clear, Damien, who I saw chuckling during the video, that Jamaica probably doesn't recognize how good we have it. Barbados doesn't have an ATI legislation as yet. Barbados. Right? So I am surprised and pleasantly happy at how many people raised their hands in the room about who has actually ever utilized the legislation. Before 2016, I never had. 2016, I got a 44% response. When JAMP began, we started off, and at the end of our first 3-year span, we were up at an 82% in response. Clap them, the man, guys. Yeah, big up yourself. Unfortunately, we are now down to 65, but that has a lot to do, Damien, with the fact that we don't just have a portal where we're providing information, and I just want to ask the team to bring that up for me, just to talk about the digital divide and the power of the smartphone and how citizens are utilizing it to partner with government. But we no longer have just 6 tools, we have 8. And with 8 tools, we're coming out with 2 more now, Helen. It is placing a demand on the infrastructure of the access to information. So I'm hoping to meet with Damien and the team to see how we can actually speed up the demand that JAMP is placing. Just as an example, I went on a social media blogger to explain our ATI. We have a video that I've shared with Helen and asked her to share with the rest of the ATI team. And on one social media broadcast, I explained what our ATI tool was. Those are the 6 tools that we have, and all of those tools are only possible because the government of Jamaica has been responding to a citizen's request for information, right? So it's a real partnership. But this is our ATI request tool that makes it much easier. Citizens don't have to run down that piece of paper and figure out who is Helen, who is June Kelly, who is Tamara and everybody. But just knowing which entity that you want to get to, you can easily send off a request. But I'm just pleased to say that just one afternoon, speaking of social media blogger, when I woke up the next day, there were 32 emails going through our portal, Helen, from one conversation. So that is really what is possible. Don't tell me citizens are apathetic. They're really not, you know. What they're feeling is disempowered and they don't know how to express themselves. So I just want to close off by just saying a simple point that I want to make here, which I wrote down, which says, when citizens get access to information, they can think, process differently, they can speak, now they have something to say, and they can engage. And when citizens can think, when they can speak, and when they can engage, then they can act. And when they can act, that is going to translate into change. And when they can translate how they feel into change, that does what? It allows our democracy to thrive. And when our democracy thrives, it improves the what? The quality of our lives. So I hope I've just added, I've left some points off only because it has been so well said here, but I want to thank you for your attention and I look forward to the questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeanette. That was a good presentation. I was chuckling because I think we all got the gist of the video. And I think for all of us who work with access to information, I think we do have that mindset because we know how important access to information is and that this is the government's official policy as well as the legislation is there and we know we need to comply. We know we have work to do, but it's about us, doing it better and responding to our stakeholders in terms of the needs that they have for access to information and looking at it fundamentally as that tool that really empowers citizens to participate in the governance of the country, which I think all of us want to see more participation. I am taking over for Mrs. Andrade Goff for a minute. We're going to open up the floor for a few questions because we're running a little bit behind time. So are there any questions? Right at the table right there. We have one right there. Alicia, behind you. So while we get the mic sorted out, the portal looks good. Both portals, right? I haven't actually interacted, Ivan, with the legal information portal as yet, so I was glad when you came to give this presentation so I could see, what is possible and what the future directions are. Because the more information, we've been talking about proactive disclosure throughout today, the more information, the more tools that members of the public can utilize to get information, the better it is for all of us. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very good presentations. I really enjoyed them. I have a question about the JLIP. Just thinking about accessibility for different audiences. Is the platform and its contents optimized for persons with disabilities? And just thinking about the average person and how they can utilize the AI chat box, is it programmed in such a way where it can maybe explain like complex jargons or even give a synopsis of what a legal instrument is about?
Hello? Yes. I was hoping when my mic was taken, that meant I wasn't getting any questions. So, very good question. There's still some amount of work to do. So far, what it can do is that the distance can be, I don't know how to say it, but basically it can go up to a 200% zoom for persons who can't see as well. You can also take the color of it and put it into grayscale for persons who have issues seeing colors. And yes, the chatbots are able to explain very difficult jargon. And then the good thing about the chatbot is it doesn't go outside of the website for information. So it will never go to Google. It will only give you information that is on the portal. I think ultimately where we're aiming to go is that there should be a customer service representative on the site eventually to assist persons with any issues that they have.
Thank you for that explanation, Ivan. Just in a sec, Mikhail has to leave urgently, so we're going to allow her to just leave at this time. Thank you, Mikhail. Any other questions?
Yes, I have one.
Sure, go ahead, Jeanette.
I had one for Ivan. Ivan, so usually I would head to the Ministry of Justice for the legislation, or Google, which would pretty much pop that one up. To what extent now, is that still available, or has that been shut down in favor of the portal?
All right, so it's still available, but it's a little problematic for two reasons. Sometimes it's down, and then sometimes what Ministry of Justice has is the older legislation, while the parliamentary website has the newer acts. JLIP has everything. And I can just give you one practical example. The other day, a judge called me because she was doing a judgment and she was a little bit unsure about a provision in the parish, Resident Magistrate Act, which was then amended by the Parish Court Amendment Act. And then she was combing through both of them simultaneously to see if the provision was deleted. And I said, no, you can just go on JLIP. And then when I went on JLIP, I got the fully consolidated version up to 2021. And so I didn't have to be looking through 3 different instruments to see what delete what and what word change where. And I was able to just go to the particular section and tell her that, yes, it's still there.
Well, that alone, having the consolidated version of the legislation, is going to make me a huge fan already. So I think that's a great thing. That's very good. We have time for one more question?
If not, I have one comment.
All right, go ahead,
just
Jeanette.
to close off. Can I ask the team at the back to just bring up back that website for me, please, JAMP.JA. Just want to quickly share and just boast for those who complain about lack of transparency in government and those who might not be familiar with JAMP's website, because I don't think we've done the best job of letting the public know what we really do. My job is not talking to Dion and Cliff. My job is bridging the gap in information that citizens need to engage. So if you just quickly look at the homepage, I just want to show you at a glance. Scroll down for me. Yeah, that. Just to the tools, yeah. So that national budget tool, this is the first time I think in the history of the country, Damien, that citizens have access to the level of the granular minutiae in budget information. I couldn't do that without government. So if you want to know how much government going to spend on envelopes, which you won't get in that big thick PDF, you can come to JAMP's website. How much we're going to spend on cows or dogs, if you're into that kind of thing. How much we're going to spend on phone calls, that level of detail. You can find it on our budget tool, but it's only possible because of what? Government making that available. The next one I'd like to quickly share, just stay on the, thanks, but the homepage in the interest of time, is the MP tracker. There's a profile page for every MP. We track what? Their attendance, their constituency development reports. We're trying to get it so that citizens can see what they're doing with your 20 million. The accountometer is when I started out, wanting to know when an Auditor General provides us with a report on what's gone wrong. Can you imagine, Damon, I can write a PS and say, Captain, I can write a PS and say, PS, the AG say X. I want information to substantiate what you do. Don't that sound like me, the owner? And they have been what? Responding. So we've been tracking the things that Auditor General say so that the 9-day wonder begins to what? Disappear. The procurement tracker, the government of Jamaica has an amazing database with 179,000 contracts in it for 16 years telling us where our money go. You never know that. Exactly. So JAMP is actually doing what? Making it easier. So the next time you see something that the media tell you about a certain contractor, you can just go and put it in JAMP's tracker and see the pattern of how money has been flowing, etc., etc., etc. So we're coming with 2 more new ones. But the bottom line is JAMP is really here to do what? Partner with the government to make it easier, using digital technology to engage government, get the information you want so that they can do what? All of this is about delivering better what? Goods and services with taxes. So I just wanted to show off on the government a little bit to let you know that the ATI works. We want it to work better, but I'm really pleased and happy to be in a jurisdiction where citizens can do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeanette. And thank you to the members of the panel, Ivan, Captain James. I think we've had a good panel here again this afternoon, talking about the tools. We have one more question. Yes? Hold on 1 second.
Just a quick question. How often is your website updated?
Good question. It depends on the tracker. So the budget tracker, we would love to be able to do it every time there's a change. You know, when they have supplementary estimates, you'd be surprised. We have about 5 consultants working with us, but JAMP is really 3 people in that office on a daily basis. So in order to keep 8 tools up to date as much as we'd like to, it's a lot. So for the national budget tracker, we update it once a year. The ministry kind of changed its spreadsheet, Helen, and broke the tracker, but we're working on it. So right now, we're not so up to date. The ATI tool, we just spoke with Damien and let him know, said, Damien, you need to keep in touch with us. As an ATI officer gets transferred, you need to let JAMP know, because citizens are saying, boy, Jeanette, it bounced. It's really nice how that works. When you send your request, a copy of it goes to you, and a copy goes to the ATI officer. When it comes into your inbox, you see who the ATI officer is, so you can continue to communicate. So that one is updated as the need arises. The procurement tracker, gentle folks, it not updated since 2020. Why? The Integrity Commissions Act has a provision that they think stops them from telling us where the public taxes are flowing to. So we have to be advocating. But what we have is a database of 16 years. It still has some use, but we're advocating with the Parliament, and I'm happy to say the Parliament has agreed that the Integrity Commission should be providing that, so we expect to be getting that data. So what I'm really saying, it depends on the tracker. It depends on some of the bumps when we hit the road. The 2 new ones we're coming out with, I'll just tell you what one is. We've just gone through an election. And it would be really good to know that when we give the government the $1.2 trillion this year, that we know exactly what we got from it. Because after every budget, what we get, every ministry is going to do X, Y, and Z. But how much have they achieved? So what we're going to start doing now is what? Tracking the promises, tracking the manifesto promises that were made during election, and then every year tracking what is said sectorally and what is done. So at the next time we have to have an election, guys, we don't have to depend on red and green and color, but what did you achieve? So it depends on the tracker, and it depends on how the government responds on some of the legislative issues. But we're making a headway, and we're hoping that we'll be able to keep on improving on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette. So we have these tools, civil society tools, government tools in terms of portals that help us in terms of access to information, and we hope that all the members of the public joining us online will utilize the tools that are available from the Ministry of Constitutional and Legal Affairs, as well as the JAM tools and other tools that have been mentioned today, the Right to Know tool from JFJ and so on. The more tools that are available to persons to exercise their rights, it benefits us all in terms of promoting and strengthening access to information across the country. So give us a round of applause for our panelists and thank them, please. All right, so we are going to release our panelists as we move further into the program, and we're going to have our final presentation today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Up next, doing a presentation is Senior Director for the Access to Information Unit, Mr. Damian Cox, on information as a public good, the right of access and future directions in the digital age. Let's welcome Mr. Damian Cox.
Thank you, Elena. I'm back. Let's just wait for the presentation to be loaded. I am going to be as efficient as possible, given the time that we have remaining. Right. All right, so the presentation is the right of access and future directions in a digital age. You can go to the next slide, thanks. So we'll be looking at access to information in digital age, the benefits of digital access to information, challenges to digital access to information, future outlook for digital information access, and technology strategies to improve digital information access during the period 2025 to 2030. Next slide. So, access to information in digital age is defined by rapid global availability of knowledge and new communication methods, powered by digital technologies like the internet, mobile devices, and AI. While this has created unprecedented opportunities, it also presents significant challenges related to inequality, misinformation, privacy, and security. Next slide. So the benefits of digital access to information. Convenience and efficiency. So accessing information is faster, more convenient than ever, streamlining tasks in education, business, and daily life. It saves time by eliminating the need for physical travel to access resources, and online services replace manual paperwork. And we're making that shift daily. Cost effectiveness. So digital materials often have lower production and distribution costs, making information more affordable and reducing the need for expensive physical infrastructure. Next slide. Enhanced communication and globalization. So digital communication tools break down geographical barriers, fostering global exchange and cultural understanding. This allows for instant communication across continents and enables businesses to reach new international markets. New economic opportunities. So digital access opens up new avenues for employment, entrepreneurship, and innovation. It can increase efficiency, productivity for businesses, and enables individuals to build new skills. Next slide. Greater government transparency and civic engagement, which is what we were talking about a while ago. So digital tools and access to information laws strengthen democratic processes by enhancing government accountability. Open data initiatives allow citizens to monitor institutions and participate in civic life. Next slide. So the challenges of digital information access. The digital divide is a significant challenge. This persistent gap, and it's not just Jamaica that is facing this challenge, but developed countries as well as developing countries. So this persistent gap separates those with access to modern technology and the internet from those without. It is caused by socioeconomic status, education level, age, and geographic location, leaving many rural and low-income areas underserved. So government policy in terms of the Universal Service Fund, for example, is one of our methods of trying to address that challenge by rolling out our fiber networks and improving access. Misinformation and disinformation. The speed of digital information sharing allows false and misleading content to spread rapidly. This undermines trust in reliable institutions and complicates the ability of individuals to distinguish fact from fiction. So that's why it's also important for us to provide access to information, to the source material where citizens can get the accurate information to make their own decisions. Information overload. The sheer volume of data available online can be overwhelming. This can lead to anxiety and a preference for easily accessible information over critical evaluation, making users more susceptible to confirmation bias. Next slide. Digital illiteracy. So beyond having physical access, many people lack the skills to effectively use, navigate, and critically evaluate digital information. This skills divide can prevent individuals from fully benefiting from online resources. And some of the work that the Information Division is currently doing with the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica is to look at digital literacy and a digital literacy framework. So there is work that is being undertaken to address some of these challenges. Erosion of privacy and data security. So the digital age raises complex issues about data protection. The collection of personal information by companies and the threat of cyber attacks create significant security risks. That's why we have put forward the data protection legislation and enacted it and are implementing, and Captain James mentioned the Office of the Information Commissioner in terms of compliance and monitoring compliance with that legislation. Content moderation and algorithmic bias. So the use of AI, we are all in the AI age, but the use of AI and automated systems to moderate online content can lead to ethical dilemmas. Biased algorithms and the lack of transparency can suppress legitimate speech and disproportionately affect marginalized groups. So in how we utilize AI, we have to be careful about that. Future outlook for digital information access. So evolving technology. New advancements like ubiquitous AI and the expansion of high-speed networks such as 5G, fiber optics, will continue to reshape how we access information and deepen the nuances of the digital divide. Growing focus on digital inclusion. Efforts to bridge the digital divide are focusing on providing not just connectivity, but also ensuring the affordability, accessibility, and effective use of technology for everyone. A question we had earlier was about the accessibility issues in terms of the portal and whether the portal is accessible to persons, for example, with disabilities. Those are all critical things when we talk about accessibility. So it includes targeted digital literacy programs, infrastructure expansion in underserved areas as well. Next slide. Balancing privacy and access. So regulatory frameworks and institutional oversight mechanisms are evolving to address the complex relationship between the right to information and the protection of personal data. There is a growing effort to define how personal information should be managed and protected in the AI-dominated landscape. And those become real significant issues for us every day as the AI tools that are being deployed within the existing systems that we use continue to rapidly grow. So for example, a lot of government infrastructure, we utilize a lot of Microsoft services. So we know that Copilot, for example, as a tool is now integrated in almost every tool on the Microsoft suite, right, in 365. That's a lot of AI tools that's there, and we have to know how to use that and how to use it effectively and responsibly. Adaptive information management. Organizations will need to develop new strategies for managing the exponential growth of information. This includes embracing purpose-driven digital transformation and leveraging AI to process and analyze vast data sets. AI is going to help us a lot with big data that we have and to process that. Open data initiatives. We know we have the open data, the government has an open data policy, and there are efforts to strengthen open data, as Mr. Lumsden would have mentioned in his presentation on OGP, which is a key commitment that we're strengthening that portal. There will be a continued push for governments and institutions to proactively release large data sets to the public. This increases transparency and allows researchers and citizens to do to use data for innovation. And the link to the data, Jamaica's data portal is there, data.gov.jm. And I encourage everyone to try that portal out, utilize it. Technology strategies to improve digital information access 2025 to 2030. Based on the current trends, the most likely technology strategies to improve access to information between 2025 and 2030 include next generation connectivity, deploying specialized accessible artificial intelligence, advancing digital public infrastructure, and expanding assistive technologies for marginalized groups. The next generation connectivity is about improving access to information, and it starts with providing robust, affordable, and widespread internet connections, especially in underserved areas. And that is a key push that the government is making. Expansion of 5G and fiber optics, investing in high-capacity fiber, ubiquitous 5G networks will provide ultra-fast and reliable internet. This is essential for supporting data-intensive applications like e-health and online education. We've seen 5G being deployed across the world, and that is the next infrastructure that we anticipate seeing. Scaling non-terrestrial networks, so governments and companies will expand the use of satellite internet like Starlink. We have Starlink in Jamaica. I'm sure there may be some customers in this room today. To serve remote and rural populations that are too difficult or costly to connect with traditional ground networks. We know about those challenges in terms of persons getting cable access to services, cable services. Innovative financing models. So public-private partnerships and regulatory reforms can unlock 1.6 trillion in estimated investment needed for meaningful global connectivity by 2030. And those are global figures. The rapid evolution of AI offers powerful new ways to enhance access to information, but must be implemented responsibly to avoid widening existing inequalities. So AI-driven language translation, that is in some of the tools that we use now. AI-powered tools that provide real-time translation of text and speech will eliminate language barriers that restrict access to online information. Localized AI solutions. Instead of general purpose models, countries will deploy AI that is tailored to local contexts, including applications for agriculture, education, and healthcare. Next slide. So the development of responsible AI. So governments and organizations will focus on creating regulatory frameworks to ensure AI is developed ethically and without biases, especially concerning training data. This is consistent with our own National AI Task Force policy recommendations, and I have included a link to that on the slide as well. And I encourage everyone to visit the OPM's website and to check that out and inform yourselves in terms of what that framework looks like, those recommendations. Investments in interoperable society-wide digital services will be crucial for delivering essential information and services in a citizen-centric way. Seamless public service platforms, integrated e-government platforms will place citizens at the center of delivery, providing easier access to public information, health records, and educational resources. So you can see the architecture and framework of what the policies that government is implementing. If you see them, look at them as holistically together, you realize where we're headed. So public and private sector collaboration will expand the use of open data platforms. This promotes transparency and empowers citizens and developers to build data-driven products and services. Digital literacy and skills programs to address the skills gap. Comprehensive digital literacy curricula will be implemented across all education levels with tailored programs for marginalized communities. And we see the elements of that building. Advanced assistive technology. So as technology advances, so will the tools that help people with disabilities engage with digital content more fully. And again, we had that query, and every platform that we are developing within the public sector, we have to think about persons with disabilities and how we can allow them to access that digital content in a fulsome way without any disadvantage. AI-powered accessibility tools. So enhanced AI will improve screen readers, text-to-speech, image description tools. AI-driven virtual assistants will also offer more personalized support. Next slide. So inclusive design standards. So web developers and technology companies will increasingly adopt inclusive design principles, making products usable for everyone from the start. Extended reality for inclusion, so augmented reality and virtual reality technologies will move beyond entertainment to enable interactive, accessible experiences, such as providing real-time visual information for the visually impaired. Next slide. Achieving these goals will require strong collaboration across different sectors, so international cooperation with the International Telecoms Union, for example, ITU, and G20 will facilitate international partnerships and financing, which are critical for infrastructure deployment and harmonized policies. And these are some of the strategic partnerships that we will have to have for success. Multi-stakeholder engagement, like this is a multi-stakeholder engagement. Governments, NGOs, technology companies, and civil society must work together to ensure that digital strategies and technologies are implemented responsibly and serve the needs of all community members. Evidence-based policymaking. So basing digital strategies on local evidence is essential to ensure solutions are effective and context-specific to what our needs are in Jamaica. Next slide. So what does this mean for the right of access and its future directions? So technology will be a driver and enabler of rapid change. We already see that in how information is received and disseminated in ways we did not contemplate just a few years ago. So think about implications for processing access to information requests, for example. How we process requests will change based on the technology that is being deployed. When we talk about extended reality, augmented reality, how we process information, the text-to-speech and using the technology, right? Tools like Google's Notebook LM, utilizing Microsoft Copilot that's built into our everyday systems that we use in our offices as part of Microsoft Teams, and how we process documents using that, and how we change them and how we can provide access. So a tool like Notebook LM, for example, provides you with the ability to create podcasts from your own source documents. So we can create podcasts from the documents that we have to provide that to citizens so they can listen to what the document is about, and a podcast about that document, about that budget can be created. I have a slide here about records and information management because that's a very significant foundation pillar for providing access to information and access services. Now, there are efforts underway by the Information Division, led by the JARD team and overseen by the CTD, that transforming JARD to the National Archives, Records and Management Authority. So what is going to be required is for JARD to be capacitated to provide the kind of services and fulfill the function that they need to fulfill to service all of us as MDAs in government. So that is the fully committed to providing easy, effective, and equitable access to the records in its custody through the provision of a broad range of services to its diverse customers, educators, ministries, departments and agencies, researchers, students, visitors, and more. We know these records play an important role in the lives of individuals, organizations, and communities, interacting with us by telephone, online, and in their research rooms. So ensuring JARD/NARMA has the organizational capacity to consistently deliver the experience its customers expect, and to do so with the excellence that they deserve, is a must and must be a high priority, because the foundation of providing access to information comes from records and information management, right? Both in the digital space and in the manual space in terms of records. So proactive disclosure. We've spoken a lot about what the implications of where we need to go with proactive disclosure. The technology that we're talking about and the future directions means that we're going to be putting more information out there, but not just putting information out there, but the kinds of technology that we'll be using to put that information out there, and how we will be able to transform documents, not taken away from the main source of the document, but the kinds of formats that we'll be able to provide access to, as I mentioned a while ago, for example, in terms of podcasts, creating podcasts from documents, right? Communication, how we communicate and deliver services to the public will change. We are here talking about AI chatbots. Who 1 year ago would be thinking about Jamaica Legal Information Portal with AI chatbot, right? I wasn't thinking about that. And the AI has made rapid changes. So we have to think about how we change, right, with the technology and utilize it as a tool responsibly to do the things and the higher level order, provide the higher level order services that members of the public want. Next slide. And that's the last slide. Thank you. I was very efficient, wasn't I? Yes, indeed. If there are any questions? All right. So, if there are no questions, I'm going to go straight into, I believe we have closing summary right now. And today has been a good day. I think so. Let the choir say amen. I think it's always good for us during Right to Know Week to come together as stakeholders, both government and non-government, to, one, celebrate the right of access, but also to ensure that we share our best practices and ideas with each other and learn from each other. And I think that's always a very positive thing for us to do during Right to Know Week, and we will continue to do so. So we had a panel, we had presentation on open government partnership. I hope that has opened our eyes to that framework, multi-stakeholder framework. And we've also had the presentations on access to environmental information and all that is required there in terms of an importance of it. We had the panel looking at access to information in the context of human rights, data protection and privacy, right? And looking at portals that provide access to information in different forms and as additional tools for members of the public to use to get access to information, both proactively and also to look at how we can make access to information better. And a while ago, we talked about future directions. I think that was a lot we have done in one day, and we had good participation. I think the panels were very, very good, and I think that it was a great time for us to come together and share in that respect. So now I'm going to ask, yes? I'm going to ask Elena to just give a quick vote of thanks. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I mean, good afternoon again, everyone. I am so sorry. Okay, as we bring this year's Right to Know Week conference to a close, it's my honor and privilege to offer the vote of thanks on behalf of the Access to Information team. I would like to express our thanks to our Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, for giving us your unwavering support and for your thoughtful opening remarks this morning. I'd also like to express gratitude to our director, Mr. Damian Cox. Special thanks also must go to the rest of the ATI team and the wider information division. Thank you all for your support on getting to today's event together. To everyone who made today's event possible, the AC Hotel team, our decorator, Fedora Bailey, who gave us this elegant setting, PBCJ for production, and streaming, Cool 97 for the outside broadcast, LM Art and Media Services for capturing our moments, and of course, a heartfelt thank you to Ms. Casita Irving for hosting this morning. And lastly, I'd like to thank the ATI responsible officers for being here, and also the officers who are joining us online. Your support and your hard work is greatly appreciated. And thank you to all the exhibitors who came today. Thank you very much for your support. And as we go forward in the rest of the Right to Know Week, I encourage you to share what you've learned, to continue the conversation in your workplaces and communities, and to keep